Alrighty, chums, what do you say we get today going? Got a lot to talk about and a lot to do. Hi! Hello, everyone! Hello. I hope you're all having a very good weekend. I hope it is restful, fun, exciting, whatever the case may be. Let me say hi to you guys. Hello, Mage. Hello, Jack. Hello, Standing. Hello, Lurkers. And hello, VOD Watchers. I hope you're all doing very well. It's been a slow day so far, which is good, I think. Some days, I don't know, last weekend was so much stuff to do. I'm very sort of set on just not doing a lot this weekend. I think it's gonna be, I think that's what is in order. The big thing for me ended a little less than an hour ago. Star Citizen had their big annual event. You know, this year they just had it be a digital showcase. It was still live streamed and everything, but they, you know, just sort of had a bunch of stuff that they had sort of put together, and then they just played it on Twitch and YouTube, rather than, you know, renting out a convention center and setting up this whole weekend long thing, which definitely meant that it was less stuff, but I think that's fair. You know, running events like these is always so complex. I can understand that, one, they probably wanted to save on the cost, and two, you know, didn't want to devote so much of the team's time to setting up and running the event. I don't remember what that test redeem is for. I don't remember what it does. Oops. I mean, it's probably just there to test. So yeah, I thought we could talk about that a little bit. I'm still kind of processing how I feel about the stuff that we saw. Because some of it was very shiny. But it's like, yeah, Star Citizen is a pretty game. We knew that. That's nothing new, and they continue to make it a prettier game, which is great. But it's also not like anything super startling, and you know, I always coat the visuals with a bit of salt of, that's wonderful and all, but how well does the game run? Which, as I have said, it is improving, but it still has a lot to go. So, why don't we go ahead? I can bring up the VOD from that, and we can kind of jump into it and talk about some of the things that we saw, some of the things that they showed, and you know, I'm not gonna have like the level of expertise, certainly, that Space Tomato would be able to discuss some of these things, but we can still go through it and sort of discuss our thoughts and feelings on the matter. Let me get out of the way for you guys real quickly. So yeah, I just wanted to talk about this for a little bit, sort of go through some of the sections, discuss some of the stuff that was there, some of the stuff that wasn't there. And then we are going to start playing Sword of the Sea today, which I'm super excited about. I love giant squid stuff. I even changed up my colors for it. So it should be very good. I'm really looking forward to seeing what they've done with this one. So yeah, that'll be after this, after our little star chat. We'll go from the stars, we'll go down to the sea, and it'll be a good time. Okay, so yeah, let's just skip through some of like the introductory stuff we had. So what was really impressive, um, and what was sort of the headliner for the event was, so back in, oh god, when was that? I want to say it was 2018. They introduced the first iterations of the main star system that we have in the game, the Stanton system. And at the time, I don't think they even had like fully landable planets. They had a space station, and they had some space that you could fly around. You were in orbit over the gas giant Crusader. And I think maybe like a year later, they introduced moons that could be landed on, but still none of the planets. And that was the case all the way up to the end of 2024, that they were just iterating on the Stanton system. They introduced moons, and then they had a version of ArcCorp where you could land at Area 18, but most of the planet was still a no-fly zone. They introduced Hurston with its, mostly kind of like rocky, choked out biomes. Eventually they added Microtech, which was much more like arboreal, lots of tundra, evergreen forests, stuff like that. And then they introduced Crusader, so you could actually fly down into the gas giant, and they had volumetric clouds and everything, right? So it was this iterative process of bringing the entire system into a state of interactability and playability, and that took them like 6 years. And then they finally, at the end of last year, introduced Pyro. We finally got our second star system into the game, and that had a number of planets that are traversable. Pyro is technically still incomplete, like beyond just them adding stuff to the game. One of the big things that is sort of like one of the signature elements of Pyro is that the star is very old and periodically just emits these massive solar flares that can roast large sections of the star system. And so, when that happens, you have to seek protection, because if you are on foot, you basically just get fried. Your ship can get damaged from the radiation. So you have to take precautionary measures whenever a flare pops up. That is not there yet. That is still not in the game, and they haven't really talked about when that is going to be there. But as far as a traversable space with stuff to do, Pyro is in the game. So that was at the end of last year. So, it took 6 years from introducing Stanton to introducing Pyro. And the big headline is that the next star system, Nyx, is going to enter the game next month. So he went from 6 years to 1 year. And Nyx is not nearly as complex of a system as Pyro is. It doesn't have as many planets. It has 3 instead of, I want to say Pyro has 5? I think it has 5. So it's much more sort of the idea, the feeling of isolation and seclusion is a big part of what makes Nyx personality. Sort of the idea is that the star is shrouded in this big debris nebula, so scanners don't work as well, radar doesn't work as well, the light is always sort of diffuse and occluded, and so it's sort of this like quiet little corner of the galaxy for people to go hide in. So yeah, a lot of what they were talking about, a lot of what they were showing off was the introduction of the Nyx system. There was a space station that they introduced way back early in the development of the game called Levski. So it was in the Stanton system temporarily, and then they removed it, and now they're moving it to its permanent home in the Nyx system. So that's coming back, and people are, the longtime players are obviously very excited about that.
But that means that there's still a lot of opportunity for independent miners to
But yeah, as opposed to the other systems where you're spending a lot of time planet side, this system is much more about traversal in space. It's going to be a lot more about EVA, mining the debris fields and the rings, the asteroids. I think it does look very cool. One thing I appreciate is they said that, you know, for the time being, they're going to add a temporary jump point between Stanton and Nyx, so you don't have to go through the PvP war zone that is Pyro to get to the new content. You'll just be able to travel directly to it, which is like, cool, thank you.
If we took the whole shot of the asteroid, you will see...
Yeah, obviously Nyx is going to be very busy when it initially launches, which means there's going to be a lot of PvP and ganking, but I imagine it'll calm down a little bit. Howdy night, happy Saturday. Welcome in.
There's a lot more movement on the exterior.
So yeah, I think Nyx looks pretty cool. It will be nice to have more content show up.
Walk on using gravity plates, but you can drift off and kind of go wherever you want.
I think for me, this will introduce sort of a similar feeling to what Dune Awakening has with the Deep Desert.
Unlike the majority
that,
of anarchists living in Pyro, there are people here.
You know, Pyro
it's not
is like the highest risk, highest reward area. You know, there's very little law out there. It is all about PvP combat. It is all about, you know, looking over your shoulder and having your gun ready because someone, be it an NPC or a player, is going to be wanting to kill you. Whereas Nyx is a little bit cooler than that. There is technically a law system. It's not. It's just sort of the local militia as opposed to like
a good standard for a landing zone.
Navy.
Gracing the main lobby of Levski.
But you know, there is less heat. There is less sort of sense of danger. Definitely more than the Stanton system, I would say. All of this, I am saying though, with one big missing caveat. All of this is dependent on a proper reputation and law system, right? So in Elite Dangerous, you can have a distress beacon, basically. If another ship, pirate, other player, etc., starts attacking you, and you are in a secure system of some degree or another, right? NPC security will respond to your distress beacon, and depending on the security, there will be a certain amount of time between the initial response and security ships actually arriving, and then they will assist you in fighting off the threat. That doesn't exist in Star Citizen yet. They have done some stuff with increasing the number of like security turrets around stations, so they will attack would-be attackers more. It's definitely not enough still, and you know, Stanton for supposing to be a high security system with a lot of protection, a lot of surety that, you know, you can have a cargo hold full of gold and travel from one end of the system to the other. Nobody is going to touch you. The only reason that that would be the case in the current version of the game is because interdiction isn't really a full thing yet, but people will absolutely just run up and shiv you if they want to. So yeah, there's a lot of flavor text and like vibes about the different systems having different levels of security, but it doesn't actually translate into differences in gameplay yet. So
for Levski, and everything that used to be sold there will
that's still a little bit sort of looking at what is intended versus looking at what it is right now. You know, I definitely like the idea of
not just from Levski, but
sort of doing a lot of the like safer cargo transportation.
that's a lot of the
You
content
know,
in the next
most of my gameplay in the safety of Stanton or eventually Castro when that gets into the game.
hub for
And then if I want to do something a little bit more dangerous, a little bit more unsure,
we're really happy to
I
bring
might travel out to Nyx. I'm probably still never going to go to Pyro because it's just a little too chaotic and PvP oriented for my bones. But, you know,
But the people who
I
live
know there are a lot of people that do enjoy going out to Pyro, and I do wish I could see some of the planets, but that's just kind of the risk level that I'm not willing to take.
just to be a re-release. We do want you to go, wow. It's not
So yeah, it's a really cool looking system. I'm really happy to see them because they've talked about 1.0. They want to have 5 systems in the game, which they had said this when they were working on getting Pyro out the door. Like, Pyro is almost ready. We want to have 3 more systems. And it's like, okay, so 1.0 will be ready in like 10 years.
the people that would have
So for them to turn around and make the next system in 11 months, and I'm sure they were working on it some
This is the first time that I'm going to be able to touch stuff. And
while they were working on Pyro as well, but it definitely gives a lot of confidence to the idea of, oh, this might actually be a feasible target.
Seeing it come back and updated and improved and better is
So that's really that gives me some hope. That gives me some excitement. Yeah, Nyx was sort of the big thing that they were talking about initially. They showed off a lot of sort of stuff that's going to be in there. There's a lot of talking heads. I'm
missions,
sorry, it's showing there's going to be like this
fleet scale stuff,
derelict
military operations.
location to explore.
Intersect have discovered the source of the illegal tech.
You know, they've learned the new techniques, things move faster. So I do think one of the things that is a constant
the players too.
thorn in CIG's side is how much of the stuff that they do, the stuff that they want to do, is technology dependent, right? Because they're not handcrafting every planet. You know, there are definitely hero locations that they will put more hands-on time into, but most of the planet is generated using terrain data and environmental data and etc. And they talk a lot about that in an upcoming segment. You know, sort of the new system that they've been using to develop Nyx as a testbed. And I think they're also planning to go back and redo the existing planets. So yeah, like especially early on, I think building Stanton, there was a lot of doing things by hand, very sort of technical, very slow. And then as the development tools came online, they were able to iterate on Stanton stuff and develop Pyro stuff. And now that the stuff is much further along, I agree. I think they can move faster on developing planets. One of the things I was looking at last night, because you know they've said these are the 5 systems that we want to have at launch. We want to have Stanton, Pyro, Nyx, Castra, and Terra. Terra is different than Sol. Sol system is not going to be in the game at launch. So this is one of the things. Nyx is also going to introduce regular instances of the Vandal showing up in-game. They've been in a couple arena commander modes, and obviously they're going to be the main antagonists of Squadron 42, the single-player game, but they have never been in the persistent universe. So Nyx is going to have issues of Vandal raiding parties showing up periodically. And you will have to deal with that shit. It does, and as I said, Star Citizen has never had a problem with looking really good, right?
Striking out against
the visual appearance of the game has never been a problem.
why they're doing it, but it seems like whoever's running the station is really pissed them off.
I was thinking about this because all of the footage that they shoot
They're unaffiliated
is never how
small groups.
the game actually plays.
Those raids have getting bigger.
Because the ships are always moving like Star Wars. They're always flying around like planes, and then the bigger ones, you know, do have more of like a naval vessel mode of travel. Except they made it a 6 degrees of freedom flight model.
So at this point, you have a choice. You can either bug out,
So very rarely, especially in space, people are never flying in straight lines, you know, making nice banking motions. They're always like strafing and moving up and down and like rotating freely on an axis. So maybe they should have just made a flight sim. Like, obviously not everything in atmosphere, but maybe they should have just restricted it to airplane movement. And they might have been happier if they had started there. I don't know. It seems like that's what they actually want, though.
ship, you board the station, and it turns out the inhabitants here have a real surprise for you.
Oh, the actual, like, talking people? No, they're all humans.
Of course, it's not going to be easy because the people
They're all actual people.
fight you every step of the way.
The fight will be challenging, but this definitely will be the warm-up phase.
Game devs are real people too, standing.
Sense of what exactly is going on there, who these new people are. They'll be in unfamiliar armor. They'll be.
So yeah, a lot of look at the Nick system. So the next segment is looking at, and you can tell these guys are a bunch of fucking nerds. So it's looking at the new planet tech that they're developing, and the system they have called Genesis.
The best technology. Change how you experience
They were showing off a lot of this tech last year.
building of the new planets.
I guess airplane flight models feel more familiar to regular people. They do. And I think, especially for showing stuff off, it makes sense to
Traditionally,
show something that feels familiar and feels more understandable.
forests. This
The problem, I think, is that it creates an expectation of like, oh, this is what the gameplay is going to look and feel like. And then you jump in and people are doing all of these like crazy acrobatics and, you know, zero G maneuvers, and you're like,
more hype maps.
oh,
Or the
well, this is different.
when two biomes connected
Howdy, Sonic. Happy Saturday. I hope the bounty hunting went well.
felt right. Our worlds were gorgeous.
We're looking at some of the stuff from CitizenCon today.
Felt like internal
Seeing,
the scale
or discussing that. So yeah, they were showing this off before. And
You're
it was
watching this
more
video
like
sitting
a
down. I'm gonna need you to
technical
fix your
demonstration.
fucking posture, you croissant-looking letter C, crescent moon ass,
This
scoliosis
is
motherfucker.
sort of showing it
Fix your
more
spot!
in
Damn!
practice. So they're using Nix 1, I would say, sort of as the test bed for
correct criteria.
the Genesis engine, Genesis toolkit.
When you see a forest or a meadow,
I actually had to check because
painstakingly
when they originally
it's now become
released, you know, sort of the lore for Nix, basically what it was, Redeem is louder, I can see about turning it down.
into our other gameplay systems. Our new planets are built from the information we create,
I don't know why I got boosted so high.
like hype maps.
So yeah, originally, Nix was described as a coreless, heat-swept world that was long ago picked clean of valuable materials.
Now tell where
Soon after the system was discovered, a routine survey revealed the presence of high-grade metals beneath the planet's surface. Once word got out, the planet briefly became the focus of a military-backed mining contract with Gold Horizon, and within 50 years, the planet was completely stripped of its resources and its material wealth shipped off to Killian to help supply the Empire's growing war efforts. By 2630, Nix 1 had been rendered permanently useless, and little evidence of human habitation remained.
to the smallest flower is
So this is Nix 1 now.
Genesis. We
I think when they wrote that lore, there was a lot less expectation of the planets being interactable sources of content, right? There were going to be some that you could land at, they would have landing zones, but mostly they were just sort of going to be background window dressing. But that was like 2015, and 10 years later, we have these highly detailed, fully interactable worlds with traversable space and all of that. So, you know, they've laid out like what is the lore of all these different systems, and I think it's fair to expect that as the game develops, elements of that are going to change. You know, the nature of certain planets, the timeline of events. We'll just sort of see a reworking as the game comes into better focus.
Thanks, Ian. So, in case it's not already clear, Genesis
So,
is a group of technologies that are
you know, they're talking about sort of the technical abilities that the toolkit allows them to have, like different distributions of terrain materials, rock and dirt. You know, if there's like scattered boulders and rocks on the ground, they can have those be sort of distributed in logical ways as opposed to just randomly scattered around everywhere. You know, they can plug in information about like water levels and moisture density, and then that can sort of automatically transition from one biome type to another. So no word on Nyx 2 yet, which is probably still, it looks like it's still going to be kind of a toxic Venus-like planet. But we're going to focus on Nyx 1, is what they really want to show off, right?
To vast sweeping forests and grasslands, and from damp expansive wetlands to claustrophobic festering swamps.
One of the complaints when they were showing off the tech last year was they were showing like, check out these swamp biomes and these forest biomes and, you know, all of these interesting locations. And people were like, these look really cool, but they all look very Earth-like. Where are the alien biomes? You know, we want alien worlds to explore. And some of the stuff that they're showing off here does still look very Earth-like. But some of it does look more alien, which I think is a good step in the right direction. You know, I think maybe some of that was starting off with a toolkit of like more easily referable and creatable assets, and then sort of once that baseline is established, then they can start to go in and make more exotic assets to populate with. Possibly.
Let's go down to the surface.
So yeah, just sort of showing some of the terrain generation. Not quite getting to like the introduction of vegetation, but you know, you can see how the ground and the rock can get distributed.
At the ground scale. To combat this, we've added a new layer of data. That layer is called the medium.
Okay.
Top of the existing 4-kilometer terrain tiles based on.
Yeah, it all looks very pretty.
These medium tiles don't just create height changes; they also bring in.
I think it'll be really nice environments to interact with. So, Standing, I think we've talked about this before. You tend to be more of an explorer in stuff like Elite Dangerous, not so much like the run and gun type of player.
Two major contributors to the rock content of our planets.
I think what CIG has in mind is less of like going out and finding new worlds, and more sort of traversing the available planets and systems and finding interesting stuff within those, you know, resource deposits, vistas, points of interest, and either sort of selling that data, those locations, off to other players, or just turning stuff into NPCs for rewards.
Using physical data generated for each
This has been such a complaint for so long of, in the current state of the game, like, you'll have rock fields and it's just boulders everywhere. Just random distribution of boulders. And so it becomes virtually impossible at time to like drive a ground vehicle across the ground because you're constantly just weaving between boulders. So to see this, where you have the actual distribution like at the base of the mountain, and then as you get away it thins out into open plain, is like, fucking finally. $50-50 smart Alec, real question. Would even human-made interpretations of alien-looking designs still be human-looking in definition because we have no real basis to truly alien designs? 100%. 100,000%. And you see this in pretty much every sci-fi, right? That almost everything that is made in science fiction is something Terran with a twist, right? It's a tree, but it's blue. It's a rock, but it like uses this geometric form as its base composition. It's an animal, but it has like 3 extra limbs. Avatar. I will say, I think Avatar had some pretty good creature design. I would say the creatures were pretty noticeably different in their like body physiology, but then the environment was just Earth but glowy. It had very little distinguishing Pandora from Earth in terms of its landscape. Yeah, just land on an alien planet, immediately take your helmet off and chow down on some of the flora. That's the scientific method. Honestly, I feel like that's how humans figured out most of what could and couldn't be eaten. So honestly, that does kind of track for humanity. Get to a new place, just start chomping.
distribution makes sense and has a physical basis.
So I do see your point, Mage, and I think it is fair that it's like, yeah, to some degree, a lot of these planets are going to look Earth-like to some degree or another. I think No Man's Sky did allow the levers to be pulled a little bit harder, and it does create some very exotic looking worlds that are like, oh, this is really strange.
So now that our base terrain with rock scattering looks good, let's add some vegetation.
Yeah, on Earth is like, this mushroom this mushroom is good. This one will make you shit out your organs.
Full of trees.
Get to another planet, it's like, not only will this kill you, it will hurt the entire time you're dying.
Found in all sorts of elevations, like mountain valleys, open plains, and dense meadows. And when we start to add
So this is where I feel like we start to see the more exotic environments, right? Like, yeah, it's a swamp, it's a marshland, but there's some weird plants that are composing it. So it starts to feel more alien in a way.
So,
And then you just have space grass because
obviously,
grass.
never meadows of it, effectively represented at distance. So we're stepping up our game in terms of spawning, shaping, and shading grass. With Genesis, we now leverage GPU spawning to create vast quantities.
Feels like Star Citizen Flight Simulator. It kind of is. And frankly, even in the current game, one of the nicest things to do is just fly around. Go to Microtech, go to Hurston, get in your ship, and just kind of cruise.
Underneath. Now we can finally cover complex terrain shapes with grass and ground cover assets, and as a result, they are now gravity aligned.
So yeah, it's very pretty. It's very shiny, and you know, they're using Nyx 1 as a testbed for Genesis to make sure that everything is working as intended and it looks good. But they are going to go back and essentially regenerate the current planets that are in the game using the new tech. So, you know, everything that we have sort of seen and know is going to get reworked, which is like, yeah, fine. One of the things that they did say repeatedly, so they're introducing Nyx. It's going to be flyable, it's going to be available. They're going to continue to add stuff to it over time. It is not going to all be there at launch, which I think is fine. They're going for a more in-progress version of it than what they tried to do with Pyro, where they had it like more complete, I guess. My guess is they found that that probably didn't benefit them very much. Like, they tried to have it in a really complete state, and then they had to do a bunch of iteration anyway. So, it wouldn't surprise me if they basically said, well, if we have to do all this iteration from, even though we put so much work into it, getting it polished and complete, you know, let's get it into a stable and working state. But we'll sort of do the iteration live because we're gonna have to anyway. That's kind of my guess. So yeah, just sort of talking about some of the background tech for rendering at scale, rendering at distance. God, Damar's gonna be so fucking sexy once they get this running. I already love Damar. Damar's one of my favorite places to go. It's gonna look so much better once they get this up and running. I'm very excited. So what I do like about this is I think this is really cool to see. I'm really looking forward to getting to interact with all these environments. You know, it doesn't really sort of answer the questions and problems of the game's performance and stability and reliability. But, you know, that's always sort of been the case of like, yeah, the game is pretty and we're making it prettier. You're like, sick, sign me up. You know, they show these things and they show off the ships because they're always really exciting to see.
And with that said, let's move on to a little travel between systems, literally.
What was this part?
Up until now, our mission system has been specific to the star system you're in.
Oh, they're gonna have more inter-system hauling missions. So like you might pick up a cargo supply in Stanton and have to take it to Pyro or take it to Nyx.
It's time for this to change.
That Holly was gone. He doesn't even play it.
Exactly what they say on the tin. Missions where you're going to start in, say, Stanton and end in Nyx, taking.
So that's cool. I think that'll be
between the stations.
Good to see some stuff, and you know, you'll have to make some decisions of like, oh, do we? You know, this pays really well, but I'm gonna have to go through hostile territory. Is that something that I want to do?
I'll be doing them in my Drake cutter myself, between Stanton and Nyx.
He's empty ship, a cargo, as well missions gone.
So this was just something that they mentioned of like this sort of activity location where you have to activate this giant mining base, and that ring is sort of like an asteroid breaker. So you have to get it powered back up and crack open this asteroid, and then you can extract the materials inside of it. So that'll obviously sort of become a contested area where people want to compete for the sweet asteroid nuggets.
To find how to get in.
Maybe
game there may be either
So yeah, interesting little locations for competition and reward.
Get inside.
So you talked about that. They showed off a couple of the ships. So there were a couple of things that we already knew about. The Anvil Paladin is going to be this sort of big, muscly gunship.
In the game, the true dedicated gunships, they are quite a tricky archetype to control in game without being too powerful. It's designed with a lot of...
So you can operate it as a single player and have, you know, everything just shoot forward, but it's not a super maneuverable ship. So sort of its ideal configuration is you can have up to 4 people, and then the other 3 people each get command of a turret. And so you can have this 360-degree field of fire around the ship. The gun on the top will show can swivel to the underside. So, you know, if someone tries to get under and attack your belly, you can just bring the gun underneath and rip them apart. It's a really cool looking ship. I like this one.
Notice the canopy, you'll see that there's a fairly thick space between where the glass is and the whole exterior. That's because it has deployable armor, which can come out and give you a little bit more cover.
Yeah, they showed this one off initially as a concept ship, and everyone's like, give it to us now, please.
Range for those turrets as we can get.
Which is controlled by one of the 2 remote stations underneath the main turret of
There it goes.
the rear. You'll see a rail. Now that rail mounts the main turret of the ship, which is controlled by the co-pilot.
So you've got full 360 coverage underneath, full 360 coverage on top with it, and then the side turrets also have 360.
So it's a pretty sick ship. They showed off another one, which had not been announced before, which was just like a literal pile of garbage that someone had thrown together. Oh, yeah, so Asperia is getting one of the new Vandal ships, which is like, yeah, that's cool. It does look like a pretty heavy hitter. And then this thing is literally just like we took a bunch of junk parts from other ships and slapped them together to make a new one. Which is kind of fun. I always feel like, you know, you get into an interstellar civilization, you're gonna get people that are just cobbling together ships where they can. You know, not everything is gonna come off of a clean production line. You know, there's gonna be stuff on the periphery. There's gonna be weird aftermarket and hodgepodge projects. So
panels removed. The top turret, which is now remote, is just this.
yeah, you lose a little bit of that vibe when you see a bunch of people flying around the same thing, but I respect that they're thinking about that, you know.
There's bits of Crusader ships just integrated into the wall instead of what was there originally.
That's been one of my complaints with Elite Dangerous, is you have this massive interstellar civilization and the entire thing is just run on like 30 ships. Just everyone just uses the same ships. It's fine.
You can see that great cows take
So,
health and safety to ensure that there's no trip hazards anywhere.
you know, I appreciate the thought of like, here's this chucklefuck over here that found like a Cutlass chassis and some engines from this other one and went, yeah, that works.
Yeah, it's one for doing stuff, and then you need a second one to wash your hands. It's not an animal.
It has very much taken that ethos of Drake and moved it down a level, which I think is quite an achievement.
Just look at this thing. How do you even begin to describe the madness that created this? It's the Shiv.
So yeah, that was kind of a fun little addition. I think, yeah, the main thing I think they were sort of paring this CitizenCon down compared to previous ones is like, these are things that are happening within the next year, right? So we're releasing Nyx, we're releasing content that is going to be in Nyx. We're going to roll out some of the instant stuff A bit Firefly, yeah. I think especially this one flyby, they were very like leaning into the Firefly vibes.
It's the Shiv.
So yeah, where in previous Citizen Cons, they've just like put stuff out and said like, yeah, we're working on this, and you know, the community goes, awesome, when can we expect to see it?
I'm not gonna answer.
Hello?
No comment.
CIG? Are you there? And then it just like disappears or gets muttered about for the next 3 years or something, right? That was a big part of the problem with Pyro, is I think they initially like started talking about it in 2019. It took them 4 or 5 years to actually get to it. So I think they're trying to really sort of step away from doing that and really focus on like
Now we got it.
Don't worry about it.
short-term expectations.
I think the Shiv is for someone that is looking for something a bit different, a bit away from the norm, that just wants something that's unique.
It's definitely for people who like a rustic.
So yeah, in some ways, it, I think, results in like less to talk about, just because like we don't have as much in the short term, but I also appreciate that it's like it makes it feel more tangible and we have a better sort of expectation of what's happening. Yeah, sort of the last thing that they were talking about was at the end of the year, or last year, they mentioned instance content. So right now, the game is entirely persistent outside of your hangar, right? So you go to your hangar, your ship is there, and your hangar is in this weird little instance dimension, which connects back to the persistent universe when you open the hangar or leave through the elevator. But then everything else is just one shared space with everybody else. And what they're essentially planning to add is a number of sort of situations where you'll be put into an instance version of an area. More like what Elite Dangerous does.
So some of those areas will be completely instanced on different servers. This allows us to leverage the compute power of the entire mesh. The closed ones will be really to drive one piece of content. You enter and exit seamlessly, just like we do with your instance hangars currently. Let's go and find out.
So what that will allow them to do is have more curated experiences, stuff that they can control the narrative of better, control sort of the experience better.
Gameplay scenario where the player had to run through and progress through contested islands.
What I think it will also essentially let them do, and they're sort of leading into this direction with stuff like what they're showing here, is essentially set up raids. Right, so they had this global event called the Siege of Orison, where a bunch of these floating platforms on the gas giant had gotten taken over by terrorists, basically.
Pretty much solely designing
And
building all of the
you know, before it was this massive kerfuffle of they had to establish a no-fly zone so people couldn't just show up with their ships and blow everything up. You know, it was sort of hard to control like how many people were or weren't there and where everybody was. And then, you know, somebody might just decide to show up and shoot everyone in the back. Because that's cool. So it seems like they're trying, the plan right now is to bring it back, but make it an instance event. So you can go in with your friends, have a dedicated group that you can communicate more easily. And again, essentially you treat it like a raid. Right, and then you can all sort of collect the rewards out of it and go home once it's done.
Fix the problem with 2 DGSs on one server that was fighting for resources, and with that we also upped the player count to 100, so when it first debuted it was already too full for what it was designed for.
It was a massive operation at the time.
So it'll be cool to see that one come back. It's really making me think I should sign up with a group now so that I can do more of the group content. But the other one that they were showing off is they're planning to add, so this is showing off some municipal works, which this was a really weird one. They had originally introduced this as being part of the city planet, ArcCorp, and now they've moved it to another location. That's fine for now. I really hope they add the ArcCorp ones back in the future, because I really wanted to see more of that planet and go beyond just sort of the little landing area, you know, delve deeper into the Ecumenopolis. But, you know, if they want to put it in Nyx right now just as a proof of concept, you know, as an initial test iteration, that's fine. I can live with that. It might also just be that they don't have the asset pack to make the municipal works in ArcCorp yet, so it's like we have the stuff to make it as part of Nyx, so let's just do it there for now. Maybe. Who knows?
A lot of rock and cave fix and do the job that needs to be done. All of your sewage systems get the facility.
And then yeah, they were showing off sort of one more instance. Oh yeah, they got some repair stuff to do, they got different areas to fight through.
Every progression you do will unlock a new area that will link back to previous areas, complexifying the play space.
We've been wanting to have more gameplay around landing zones for a long time. Now that we have instancing tech coming online, that allows us to do something that provides really cool gameplay close to a landing zone.
With the missions, that's what will create different overlays or change the spaces or change the progression, but it'll be the instancing which will enable us to create tailored content to you and your group. So you're going to be able to play a part of it, make your progress, and then log off. And then the next time you come online, you'll be able to pick up where you left off.
It's going to allow players to return back to it at different states depending on how much you've progressed, and be able to keep it going until you've reached sort of the end of the whole 3 chapters.
Where you're not going to have other people getting in your way. It's you, your team, your party.
It's a way of giving players content where they know exactly where they're at, and they can keep going back to it and improving sort of their own progress and ability to jump through them faster and faster times as well.
There's the likes.
So I think instancing could be a really good addition. I think it adds the ability to sort of include content that they don't need to worry about how it sort of fits into the sandbox as a potential group activity where half the server piles in at the same time. I think for PvE players in particular, it offers the opportunity to just have more to do, again, without worried about getting stabbed in the back. Yeah, sort of the last... they had a segment where they were sort of talking about the 1.0 roadmap and sort of like, is that still going? And they went, yeah, pretty much. And then sort of the last thing that they were showing off was this instance event. They had some fancy name, but it's basically like a ship combat event where you have to rescue people off of the station that's come under attack from some mysterious faction.
Everything here has a purpose. It's not just for the show, just something nice to see.
You'll see a People's Alliance-owned Idris that's just on the outside, and it's going to be getting harassed by this unknown faction that you have met before.
So your first objective here is to clear out the ships. There'll be waves of these ships, so this is what you want, your light or your medium or your heavy fighters.
See, this is what I was talking about, that everything flies in these nice, like, airplane style movements. It's like, no, people don't do this. Nobody plays the game like this.
Actually assault the station.
It looks really cool.
This station has been outfitted to resist all of the obvious way of attacks.
somehow they've incorporated Vanduul capital ship killing turrets. These turrets ignore small fighters, and they have the firepower to destroy even the biggest capital ships.
Your Polaris and your Idris, if you get it close, it will get shredded. The idea of these is so we can sort of make it so we can mix up that ship combat, and not everyone can just bring the biggest ship and win just because they have the biggest ship.
You have to send out your best pilots to
One of the other things that they've been having to work on is, as they get the big ships into the game, is balancing big and small ship gameplay. You know, having reasons to bring the small ships, the medium ships.
but it's not that easy. This turret has shields that you've never seen before. It won't take any kind of damage. Your missiles
So,
won't do anything.
I don't know. There's still, obviously, there's still so much about the game that has to be developed. But,
to their shields.
I don't know. I feel like it is going in the right direction. I think it's just going to continue to take a while to get there.
So the exterior has a number of power relays that are holding the doors closed so that you can't get in.
You have to find them, you have to target them, and you have to destroy them. But it may not be as easy as it seems.
Here's our first wrinkle. The power relays have their own shields that are resistant to energy-based attacks.
We know how much you like using laser repeaters, but so do these guys.
Capital ship can't get close enough because of the turrets.
So ships with explosive or ballistic ordnance will be needed here. That's torpedo ships like your Retaliator or Gladiator, or even another fighter with ballistics loadout. That's going to take you a while.
Really encouraging diversified composition, not just everybody showing up with fighters.
Now it's time for you to fly your ship inside the station.
Yeah, you, in your ship, fly into the superstructure of this station.
How cool is that?
I feel like this is a proud dad moment. Thank you, Jared.
We're just going to call it what it is. It's a trench run.
Trench run.
So as you enter the structure, you'll see cooling units along the sides that you'll need to take out. There's 3 arms to the station that have these trenches. You'll fly into one, and then there'll be a core in the center, and then you'll move out another trench.
You're either gonna do it multiple times, or you need to bring friends.
At this point, the core is still protected, so these are essentially strafing runs.
There are objects to avoid. You're going to have to be able to dodge. You're going to have to move quickly. You need an agile ship.
I'm pretty sure even the heavy fighters would be too big for this.
Emitting lots of distortion damage.
So
Howdy, Artemis! Welcome in, Raiders! Thank you for the raid! Let me give you a shout out really quickly. What are you up to? What's going on? For those of you who do not know, hello. My name is Jisei Kaiga. I'm a Jupiter Brain Cell VTuber. I chill out with the tunes and we work on art, play games, and just have a generally cozy time. How was the stream? How was Palworld? We're just going over some of the stuff from CitizenCon earlier. Talking about impressions, the good, I don't know, I wouldn't say not so good, just sort of the where's X maybe. But yeah, I hope you had a really good stream. If you gotta do any post-stream care, get something to eat, something to drink, wash up, stretch, get some rest, whatever you gotta do. For you and all of your raiders, you're certainly welcome to, but you're also welcome to stay and hang around. We're going to be talking about this for a little bit longer, and then we're going to be playing Sword of the Sea. Yeah, thank you, Artemis.
and also from exhaust ports on the outside of the station.
Yeah, obviously this is all very it's all very exciting. It's very flashy, it's very cool. I'm certainly down to try and do one of these runs and see if I can manage without blowing my ship up.
Goes down, the turrets come down, and then the capital ships can get closer.
But
because during all of this, you spend a lot of ammo and munitions and ballistics.
I don't know. I think there's a really interesting balance that they have to strike between making new content. I think some of this is like rolling out like the instancing technology and whatnot.
And be able to use the same interface as you are right now to refuel and rearm.
While at the same time,
Ships like the Idris,
you know, some of the
other ships
MIA stuff like engineering,
ships land inside them.
you know, it's like what can we give the players that isn't going to be dependent on getting this tech up and running?
That we're really excited to get out.
You know?
If you're not bringing your own Idris, the People's Alliance has a Idris there that can provide a safe port in a storm, allow you to...
So what they were saying, and I talked over it, is the larger ships that you're going to be able to dock inside, or already are able to, they're improving the tech so that you'll be able to actually do proper repair and re-outfitting using them, as opposed to the current mode where it's kind of like janky and all done by hand.
Protecting the Idris, what's happening at the station? Well, that's where the dropships come in.
Now you've got to take a fire team in. You've got to land. You've got to fight through an onslaught of FPS enemies that belong to this unknown faction, and you've got to open a hangar door which will allow you to release captives from the station. After you've opened the doors and that person's taken off, you've just got to make sure they get to safety.
So at this point, all of this sounds pretty simple, but there's an additional complication.
Oh, that is true. Battlefield 6 did come out. How'd you like it?
Station. But the enemies in the station have their own enemies.
The Van Duel neighbors who really don't like these guys for some reason will come in and wreak havoc on everything.
And they're not going to discriminate between you and the station.
See?
They're-
Nice. I'm glad you liked it.
When you alert the Van Duel...
I think they're making promises. I would like to see more stability work done first.
You're on a timer.
I agree.
Van Duel are coming. They're going to come...
I agree. That is absolutely
Hell of a fight.
the biggest pain point for me. The performance of the game, the sheer technical performance. That's basically the entire video. You know, they got a little bit of an outro, but let's just put some of the pretty planet flybys while we chat about for it a little bit. So even in its current iteration, right? The game looks great. How stable is Battlefield 6? We're literally from Warhammer. I'm sure they draw a little bit of influence from it. That's good. Yeah, it seemed like it was performing pretty well during the beta. I didn't see a lot of issues with it. So yeah, like the current iteration of Star Citizen looks great. It has a decent amount of content. I would say it's comparable to some of its peers. Not as rich in some ways, a little bit richer in other ways. So you know, kind of a similar level, but in different aspects of it. The big problem that I have right now is how many times I will log on and try and do a mission and something just doesn't work, right? Enemies don't spawn, cargo never appears, cargo elevators break, navigation fails, etc., etc., etc. Right? There's just a litany of ways that a given experience, like a given attempt at the gameplay loop, just falls apart. I don't enjoy that aspect of it for sure. I think they've done a lot of improvements over this year getting the game to run more reliably. So I gotta give them credit for that. Yeah, if you want to post it on the Discord, that's fine. But yeah, the actual... Here, let me put some lo-fi on while we chat about this. The actual ability to play the game consistently and reliably is still spotty at best, in my opinion. I think is slowly getting better, but not at the rate that I would certainly like to see it. What I do kind of wonder is whether the instancing might actually help with that a little bit. If there's fewer moving parts in the... If there's fewer moving parts, oh yeah, that does look kind of similar. Well, that just looks like the ship from Wing Commander. You see, it all loops back. It all loops back around. Sure. What was I gonna say? It is possible that introducing instance content, introducing sort of an ability to have a more closed environment with fewer elements that need to be balanced and kept in check at all times, will just allow for a more reliable experience that doesn't break as frequently. I could see that. I could see that potentially being a thing. Yeah, that could help. So we'll see what's going on with this. I think, you know, they were showing all these various things that they're sort of looking to incorporate in terms of like gameplay loops and things to do. But I think the sort of bigger back-end takeaway is how the instance content is going to get rolled into the game, and that has the potential to be really interesting. But then yeah, they're looking at, this is Star Citizen. So they're looking at ways to sort of incorporate a greater variety of vehicles, encourage players to show up with more stuff, or find people, you know, find more people to bring into the group that, you know, have specialties in a given type of ship or a given role. It's very interesting. It's very interesting. So what was not here? What was not at CitizenCon this year? We didn't see anything about engineering. They have been talking about that in the monthly reports. They're working on getting it out to testing levels. So it kind of makes sense that they didn't really concern themselves, or they didn't take any time to talk about engineering, just because it's like, we kind of know what's up with that, right? We have some idea of where it is in development. They did talk a little bit about crafting, just because they essentially are planning to get like personal equipment crafting out in a preliminary version within the next 12 months. So you'll have a little like crafting module that you can put materials into, and then it will make gun or make armor, etc. And then, you know, obviously from there you can scale up to bigger components, ship components, weapons. Base building, the interface is going to be very different, but I think the methodology of resources in, product out, I think base building is essentially just going to be really large crafting, right? So it kind of makes sense, like let's start with the smallest iteration and then we can just scale it from there. Some of the travel mechanics like quantum boosting, they keep, as someone pointed out, they keep showing it in the videos, but they didn't talk about it at all. So navigation beacons, radar, stuff like that, still a little bit up in the air. Would really like to have heard something about that, but what it is. Yeah, I think those are kind of the big ones to me that I'm like, these are more sort of core elements of the gameplay, the intended gameplay, that are still missing. I'm sure there's other stuff that like Space Tomato or Board Gamer will be able to bring up that I'm completely blanking on, but yeah, those are sort of the big ones. They did mention that a number of the like mission giver NPCs that you go to and talk to get contracts rather than just like going to your little menu and grabbing contracts off a mission board. They've introduced a couple of those people and they're planning to bring more of them in over time, but that's going to be a fairly gradual thing. So I think I would give this presentation a B+. I think there were a couple of things that, getting an update or a confirmation or, something to that effect would have been really nice. But I think seeing the iteration on the Planetech, seeing that we can expect systems and star systems to come in at a faster pace as the technology is coming online, some of the indications of how they're considering the implementation of content and the balancing of content, I think all of that is looking good. So that gives me a lot of a fair amount of optimism. I don't think it's going to make me jump back into the game right away, because obviously all the stuff that they're showing off here is going to be rolled out over the coming months. But I do expect that I'm gonna pick it up again and play it. And like I said, maybe it might be time to finally sign up with a group to participate in some of the group gameplay, because a lot of the stuff that they were showing, like that big station assault mission, is not something that you're going to be able to do by yourself, right? That is something that you are going to have a role in, and your job will be to participate in one or two elements of it. I do like in the station that it's like the larger ships, because of the deterrence, are going to predominantly serve as command points, right? They're gonna offer rearmament, repair, operational oversight, but they're not going to be able to just run in and do the big hitting. They're not going to be able to just blow everything up. I think that is a really interesting way to approach it, and I like that it makes the larger ships have more value than just being big guns. I appreciate that. So, yeah, I'd say about a B+ for this year. I would say last year's presentation, in part because it was bigger, it had more, was probably more exciting. But there was also a lot of stuff that they included in that we're still waiting on, right? So I don't really mind them having a slightly more sort of pared back, focused look at like what we can expect to have happen in the short term, right? One other thing that I'm just gonna say about, all the stuff they're showing off with Next One that I really appreciate. I know I've said this before, but so many sci-fi have planets that are a single biome, right? And some of it is just because within the context of the story, you don't see that much of the planet. That's fine. That's understandable. But Star Wars is so guilty of this, that you have Yavin, it's a jungle planet, and Hoth is a snow planet, and Endor is a forest planet, and Tatooine is a desert planet, and that's all it is. And it always just irks me a little bit of planets. If a planet is habitable and it has life on it, you are going to get a broad variety of what is there. You go from one end of the planet to the other, and you're going to see a bunch of different biomes, a bunch of different environments. It is going to look and feel very different depending on where you are. I was just watching a video explaining, sort of looking at the Pacific Northwest, and why are there no major cities right along the coast? They're all inland. And, I'm saying, here are all of the reasons that the actual northwest coast of the United States is really hard to live on. The Olympic Peninsula in Washington is a rainforest. It gets multiple feet of rainfall per year. Something like 12 feet of rainfall per year in those mountains. But because it is there, it buffers most of the storms that are coming off of the Pacific. So Seattle, only, I don't know the exact mileage, but a relatively short distance to the east, sees an annual rainfall average of 40 inches. So those mountains eat up 75% of the rainfall. And then the rest makes it over into the rest of the state. By the time you get over to eastern Washington, that's just a desert. Whatever rain makes it past the Olympic Peninsula gets stopped by the Cascades. And that's a single state. You have this massive variation in biome across a single part of a single country. So to have an entire planet look identical is no. That doesn't make sense. So I appreciate them at least, putting a lot of work and consideration into how do we make these planets look more naturally varied. I think that's a really cool thing, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how that evolves. It is a bit of a complaint that I have in No Man's Sky. Like, No Man's Sky is fine just because I think for the design of the gameplay, it's like, yeah, this makes sense and it's fine, I don't hate it. But it's also like, you find a planet and it is the same thing end to end. Alright. I think what we're gonna do, so hopefully the look at CitizenCon was at least a little bit interesting. I'm gonna take just like a 1-minute break. And when I get back, we are gonna start Sword of the Sea, which I am very excited for. Where's my banner? There you are. Alright, I'll see y'all in a minute. But there's a good opportunity to use the bathroom, grab a drink, stretch real quick, and I'll see you all very shortly. And thank you again for the raid. Right, see you guys in a second. Bye! Okay, sorry about that. I am back. I think last thing I will say on the matter of Star Citizen before we jump over, because this is obviously, I think, sort of a good summation and a good question that would be asked is, would I recommend it? No. I think in its current iteration, it is still too temperamental, and it is still lacking some of the essential game features. Right? Not critical. I'd say the game is playable. There are gameplay loops that you can jump in and enjoy. And there are a lot of people that do play it on a daily basis. Right? So it is a playable game. It is not a hot mess to the tune of, say, Cyberpunk 2077 at launch, right? It runs better than that. But there are absolutely times where you'll be playing the game and it just stops. Or not stops, like crashes, but just like your gameplay loop gets broken because something didn't trigger the way that it was supposed to, and now you can't complete the mission and you just have to abandon it. Or you try and leave the hangar and you can't because the hangar command doesn't work properly, or quantum travel doesn't work, so you can't get to your mission in the first place to find out if it broke or not. There's still a lot of that. Maybe it has improved since last I played it, but it was definitely, like when I tried to do the big event stuff from a couple months back, that was a constant source of frustration. So yeah, I would say if you are interested, keep an eye on it. There are plenty of YouTube channels that do regular updates discussing where the game is at, what is coming in, what's missing, how things are looking. But I would not recommend playing the game right now if you are looking for a smooth, straightforwardly enjoyable game. It's early access. It is an early access title. But I do think it is at the point where it is comparable to a lot of early access titles in terms of its playability. So, you know, your mileage with that will vary. Also, don't buy more than the basic starter package. You know, the Anvil Paladin that we were looking at with all the guns retails for over $300. So don't buy that. Don't buy that unless you are super sure that you want to play and you have like 3 friends that you want to play with, and this is gonna be your gang ship, right? And then each person like pitches in some money to pay for it. If you're really set on doing that, then sure, why not? Go nuts. But you know, if it's just you and you just want to try the game out and get started with it, it's like just buy the basic package. Is $40 or $50. I would buy it and it would get stolen in a week. So the nice thing is, your ship can't be taken off of you, right? If it, like, it can be stolen, but you can reclaim it. Like, you would never buy the ship and then it's gone from your account forever. You know, any ship, the main thing that you would need to do. See, the problem is they're reworking some of the insurance stuff, so I don't even know what the state of it is. But, you know, especially if you bought a ship with real money, it's never gonna be just gone. But you might need to do some stuff to earn it back if the insurance lapses. Honestly, right now, it's more likely your ship would get destroyed. And the way the game works right now, if your ship gets destroyed or if it even just gets lost, you can just reclaim it at a hangar kiosk. They're gonna add cost to that in the future, but until the systems are fully implemented, it's free. But in either case, don't buy it. Don't buy it. They do free fly periods 2 or 3 times a year, so you can always just check in on the game for free and fly around and do some missions and see if the game is in a state where you're enjoying it, or decide no and wait a few months and check back in again. Yeah, I would very heavily advocate caution isn't the right word. What's the right word? Trepidation? Maybe. I feel like it starts with a P. I don't remember. Anyway, so yeah, that is my verdict. Some cool looking stuff on the horizon. I'm gonna be excited to try out Nyx. I will jump in at some point when it drops to see what it's doing. But I would say nothing that they showed at CitizenCon gives me a sense of an improvement to the overall quality or performance of the game. Prettier, some cool new stuff to do, but my main issue right now is still having a consistent gameplay experience, and that they didn't really do anything to assuage. we'll see how that continues to iterate and improve going forward. With all that said, it is time, at last. We're gonna venture out to the sea! I'm so excited! Alright. Is the game audio okay? Got some nice soft music coming through right now. Good. Alright. Why don't we go ahead and jump on in? I'm gonna untangle my controller a little bit. There we go. Hello? Is it? Hello? Is it working? Okay, there it goes. I thought it had crashed for a second. Darkness was upon the face of the deep. I hope not. We're not playing Subnautica. I hope this is a more lighthearted sea experience. I do have all the graphics set to ultra, so we'll see if that causes any issues. Wakey wakey. More lighthearted than the constant struggle of slowly dying on the Thalassophobia Nightmare World? Yeah, hopefully a little bit better than that. Sick. I'm gonna check one thing really quickly. Gameplay, camera. So Pathless had dialogue. I'm not seeing anything about subtitles, so this might be a textless game. Do a flip! My brothers! Uh-oh. I gotta be careful, I don't want to knock my brothers over. Whee! Yes, I can do little hops, I can do a flip if I hold. Oh, what's that? I can do a pulse. That's about it right now. Can I break shit? Ooh! Property damage! Ooh, tap while airborne. Wait, but I gotta get the stuff. Okay, so X is... I don't know if I would call it an attack, but it does let me interact with stuff. Know nothing about the game. I know very little other than the shiny little short trailers that they've shown. I just know it's got giant squid, so I'm gonna love it. Ooh. Dude. This is so cool! Oh, now they're just showing off. They're like, hey, you remember that really cool sand tech we did in Journey? Check this shit out. Oh, it's so pretty. You guys might hear this the screenshot sound a lot. I'm just gonna warn you guys. Whee! Oh, I get all dusty. That's cool. I wonder if it wears off. Or I might need to find a shower. Oh. I didn't even mean to do... I didn't... I just thought I was gonna break those. Right? I just wanted more little golden triangles. And the game was like, good job, you solved the puzzle. The sea remembers. Rock stands and water flows. So it must ever be. And as it is crushing to rock to make it flow and rush, so it is cruel to water to hold it still. The sea yearns to run, to dance, to follow the tides of the moon. But Tor Namun held it fast, binding its vibrancy behind walls. The sea still churns inside those seams, restlessly beating against its bounds. Rock has squeezed its life still and stagnant, but the sea remembers. Tornamun. I will say I briefly considered doing this character or journey for the Halloween outfit this year, but I opted to do something we're more familiar with. Ew. So the flag is moving. was interesting. I would have thought the goal is to get up there, but maybe not. That's kind of... Okay, so I don't think we want to go off the cliff. I'm just gonna speculate on that one. We gotta check every corner. There's a bunch of waterfalls, and you never know. One of them might have a secret. Well, maybe the goal... Maybe more stuff will be accessible if we can free the water. It might just be that we don't have the freedom of traversal. Ooh! Ooh! Shinies! Don't mind if I do. This really feels like Giant Squid is just taking all of the stuff that they have done in the previous games. Flower, Journey, Abzu, Pathless. And it's just like, what if we just made a culmination of all of those lessons and ideas? Hello. So does this go with me? No. What in the frick? Oh, the sands are really churning now. How did they do this? Oh, it's so cool. Okay, so I guess that leads back the way we came. Are those fishes? Something different over here? No, I don't think so. I think it's birds. Okay, so the water doesn't follow me. It did activate the ramp, so I think we can just go that way. Oh, it's so pretty though. Whee! Okay. Interesting, interesting. Who dat? Be ye friend or foe? Okay, so that caused the water to recede. Sick half-ball! No, let me out of the half pipe. I would like to get all the... We gotta collect all the shinies. Okay, so if I hit it again... Is that... No, I think it's just off. Okay, so now we can go up here. Whee! Good. We made it. One more. Whee! Howdy. Oh, I got it.
If you're watching this video sitting down, I'm gonna need you to fix your fucking posture, you croissant-looking letter C crescent moon ass scoliosis motherfucker. Fix your spine! Damn!
Let me adjust the volume on that really quickly. Posture check. Volume, let's just knock it down to like 10. Alright. That should be a bit better. Sorry about that. The Wraith can now do tricks. Hold left bumper while in the air and press A, B, X, or Y. Bring more Tetra. Thank you. Anything over here?
Just a bunch of dusty old books.
Or tablets, as the case may be. Okay, so jump. Okay, hang on. I'm gonna go back in the half pipe and see. Whee! Left bumper and what? Huh. So he does do something, and I'm not sure what that something is. Ooh. Trying to get every single pot is kind of a pain. Yeah, I'm just not sure what the tricks are doing. Like, he does a little grab on the board. Or sword, as the case may be. It's just a little unclear to me what the intention is. Oh, I don't have to release it. I can just glide past them and it works. Hello, what's all this then? Whee! Aqua! Jamie. Bonk. No! I can't go up the waterfalls, can I? No, I'm not cool enough. that little alcove. But it did seem like there were jellyfish going higher up, so maybe we can still get something. Oh, there's more tetra right here. Boink. Boink. Oh, look at that. The necropolis. All beings must pass on, even the gods. To die, the gods travel to the pinnacle of Fada, the necropolis of the gods. The high necropolis is no place for mortal men. Those who mine the temples give up their own livelihoods, their afterlives blessed for the sacrifice. The dolphin and shark guard this ground, the minders of the minders. They are the noblest of all the demigods, the stewards of the cycle. The dolphin and the shark. Well, they sound nice. I'm sure we won't have any issue with them, right? No! Fuck! Well, at least I'm cleaned off. Whee! Nice. I think that's everything here. Yeah, it says I can do tricks, but it's not really doing anything yet. Oh, this one looks fun. Oh, do I get to grind on the chains? Please tell me I get to grind on the chains. Oh! Oh! Oh, hold up. Ow. Not quite high enough. Hang on. Hang on. I'm cooking. I'm cooking. Okay, so kind of, but I automatically dismount if I lose my momentum. So I don't think it works in that direction. The cycle is broken. The necropolis is bound only to its rules. The fish swim through the air. The temples have no worshippers. And the water of the sea is not water. Ichor is the vibrancy of the gods, the very lifeblood that animates them. Ichor invigorates into a god at its birth, and returns to the necropolis at its demise. Now the Ichor is bound into the ocean seas. No gods may be born, and none can die. The cycle is broken. Interesting. Well, sounds like we gotta restore the Ichor. So is that thing I'm stabbing one of the ocean seeds? It seems like it. It could be. Hold while airborne in kelp. Whee! Oh my god. Oh, this is great. Oh, this is great. Okay, that's the way I came from. Nothing really over here. Can you imagine sand moving like this? Just churning like the ocean? Wall grinding? Suck! Doesn't look like me. Those guys have horns. And I am hornless. I stabbed the thing. Ooh. Shiny. Oh, that looks like a water seed. Or an ocean seed. I bet that's an ocean seed. I think there are times when sand can move like that. I would be concerned if sand moves like this. I know there's like liquefaction where sand or silty material can effectively liquefy. Okay, so that goes back down into the canyon. We don't want to go there. Okay, and then if we go in, so the tower doesn't have anything. If we go in here, it says we want to get access in there. Okay. This is something like an onset of quicksand. There's a pocket of air stuck that can suck you in. Oh. Yeah, that doesn't sound like a good time at all. Hello, friend. Oh my god. No, wait. That was all my Tetra. Shit. Oh, he looks cool. Got the same sword as me. One. A two. A three. There we go. Oh. Oh. There's no. No, I want it back. Little fishy icon over there. Someone's doing graffiti. Oh, okay, interesting, interesting. What is this about? A ramp right there. Maybe we can get in there, but let's see what this does. Whee! Hey, there we go. Wait, what was that? What is that? I love the little sound going across the shingles. What is this? Oh, little bonus. And then you are... Secret tunnel! Ah! That's cool. There's fun little extra things to find. Oh, shit! There's one on top of his head, too. Ah, fuck! Okay, so the little fish symbols indicate there being rewards and such. Cool. There's enough air moving under the sand it can move in waves like water. Interesting. I would be concerned how that much air can get under the sand. But interesting to know that it can happen in the right conditions. Right? Should probably go ahead and collect our reward, right? Okay, but how do I get up? Damn it! Oh, I did it! Nice. There's something over here. Gonna be pumped unnaturally or a gas pocket. Sand farts. Okay, let's see what this does. I'm guessing that's an ocean seed. Ooh. It's a dolphin! Oh, it's so cute. Ooh. Okay, so once the water is restored, the chains start to move, and then I can probably grind on them. Oh, so this would have let me more easily get up there. But I already did it, because I'm just that good. I'm built different. Here. Oh shit. Dang it, I missed. Whatever. It's not that many. I still need like 250 or something to get the reward from that fella. Whoa. Oh, the kelp! Like, why did I go so high? Oh! There's kelp over there, so I don't need to do the whole trick thing anymore. I can just float up. Whee! Got it! Third time's a charm. Oh, this game is wonderful. This is so good. Okay, so chain's going over there. I still want to go back through the ravine here and see if there's anything that got added. Wow. Alright. Yeah, I think the chain will take us back to the main area, so let's go ahead and do that. Okay, so how do we get... Oh, there's kelp. Yeah, that makes sense. Whee! Hang on. Do I have enough for the merchant now? I might. Let's go back and check. Oh, and the dolphins going in a circle! Hey, how are we doing? 1. Ah! Fuck. Alright, chat, keep an eye out. I think I got all the tetra off of the chains, so that's out. I don't see anything over there. I do see some red flags up there. That might have something. Oh, wait. Yeah, I see something. That's some big ass fish. Okay, so yeah, we go over here, and I can ride the kelp up. Anything up here? So there's more chains, but there's a chest right here. Perfect. Hey, buddy. I got your last stinking tetra. Come on. Chicka chicka. A boom. Spin tricks. You can now do spin tricks. Hold left button, left bumper on the air, and repeatedly press A, X, B, or Y. Alright, alright. Cheers, mate. Sweet. See, I'm not sure which direction is like progression and which way it lets me go back and explore more. I don't want to miss anything, you know? Whee! Ooh, big chest. Huge chest. You know, I tend to prefer them a little bit smaller, but I can appreciate a big chest. I think if there's one thing that Giant Squid has figured out, and it's definitely not just the one thing, but if I had to choose a single thing, then I'm like, yeah, Giant Squid got this shit on lock. Movement in their games. I have no comment. That's fair. movement in Giant Squid's games is always phenomenal. Oh, there was a wall over there. Okay, interesting. So this pathway has been opened up. I like that you traverse the water faster than the sand. So if you do need to backtrack, it's easier. There's sort of more ways to get through. Also, just floating on the kelp is fun. It's got that little jingle sound to go with it. Okay, oh, yes, that part. So what is this? Oh, there we go. Can I reach that? No, not even close. Alright, I think we've got everything. Oh, shit. I fucked up. Wait. No, I fucked up again. We actually need to go this way. Yes, I think going in the other direction, following the chains in the other path, will get us to open the main thing. So this is a continuation of this track. Prove your valor. Attain a high score within the time limit. Certain tricks, chain tricks to raise your combo. Land successfully to multiply the score. Vary your tricks for the most points. Activate the hourglass to start the event. The highest score is 8,000. Oh, okay. Interesting, interesting. What are these, like, butterfly things? Okay, I can skate on the wall. Alright. Okay, I need to actually get up the thing now. Thank you. Alright. Let's give it a go. Ready? Go!
high score! Yippee! Ooh, that was like 200. Nice. Okay, I want to try one more thing in here. Okay, so the hourglass is a indication of like a trick trial. So if I go up here, oh, they've got Tetra in them. I can't fucking stop! Alright, good enough. Alright. If it was not clear already, I am enjoying this game quite a lot. I didn't really know what to expect from it, but this is cool. This is very cool. Okay, so I don't really need to dismount the chain before reaching the end. It'll let me off beforehand. Or it'll let me off when it's time to. Alright, I think we're going that way now. Oh wait, what's over here, first off? I'm seeing a whole lot of open space. So it's either gonna be a cliff. Yep, it's a cliff. Ooh, I see lanterns. Oh, a whale. I think it's a whale. It's like a whale, but it's got tusks. Maybe that's its jaw? Could be the jaw. Yeah, it's a jaw. Oh! I can grind on its spine. Metal. Alright. To the next trial, then. Okay, interesting, interesting. What is all this? Alright, so chains are up there, so what is this? Oh, a cave. A cave of wonders. That's a silly little eel. Look at that guy. Just doing his thing. Nice. I think that's it for here. I don't see any like way up to anything else. Oh shit! Oh shit! We going over.
Oh, a bigger cave. A cave of warriors. I think I missed one in there. Oh no, it gave it to me. Alright, so we got a water spout. Looks like some sort of damaged mosaic wall type of deal. Yes, it is scuffed over and dusty as shit. I think we're gonna want to try and clean it up. Wonder if we can find the missing part to it. The blade. The sea would need a champion, and its champion would need a weapon. For the war that lay ahead, no ordinary weapon would do. The sea produced rocks that would not carve, metals that would not rust, woods that would not burn. The blade that came forth would never dull, the hilt would never chip, the finest weapon ever forged. But who could wield it? I do not believe that that is me. Whee! Monk. So are we still looking for that weapon? Because there were many statues in the place where we came from. What is that? A conch shell. We have collected one. I wonder if there's... I don't think there was a conch shell back in the other area. Chat, did you see anything that looked like that? I didn't see anything. Oh, now I'm worried we missed something. Bouncy boys. Bounce. Let's see. Can I get up here? No, I cannot. Alright, that might be a later thing. What is this? Ooh, fish. A bounce. A bounce. A bounce. Oh, hello. I see you. Okay. I think we gotta go back up now. And we gotta collect the bouncy jellies for the other side. Can I make it now? So close. Oh, there's a chest out there. Let's get the lanterns on this side going, and then we can worry about the chest. Oh, I see another set of lanterns down there. Oh, well, there you go. Jump. Perfect. Easy. And more jellies. So I don't know if hitting all these is strictly necessary. It kind of feels like multiple ways to get to the same objectives, but I mean, I gotta hit everything. Was that a good sound? Oh, the way is open. We should probably go that way. Yes. Yes, I guess this is more like the direct route to get to the objective. We'll come back for that chest later. Oh, there we go. I was like, did I find the most epic broom closet ever? Oh, there it is. Alright. What are we dealing with here? Oh! What the? Oh, autofocus. Zoom. Aperture. Manual focus. Okay. Height. Roll. I appreciate that photo mode has just kind of become a common thing to do. Like, if you want to do photo mode, it's there. How did I... Okay, up. I think the only thing that I don't really enjoy that much about photo mode is it feels separate. Like, it's kind of hard to... I guess in a way this is kind of better, because I can just like come in, right? I can just do up on the D-pad in the middle of play, and then just get the moment, and then we go back, right? Whereas like Horizon Zero Dawn had photo mode, but I had to like exit out to the menu and go to photo mode and then make all the adjustments that I wanted, right? I think by comparison, this is easier. It's a lot more straightforward to work with. And then any filters. Ooh, there we go. Nice. Yeah, that is a more intuitive approach to photo mode, to just have it on a hotkey effectively. Orcas! Oh, I love orcas. They're so cute. That is one shiny ass door. Okay, there was a chest outside. I'm just sort of glancing around to see if there's anything to unlock down here. Oh, what are these, like tiger fish? I know there's tiger sharks. I don't know if there's tiger fish. Oh, a hammerhead! Oh, this is so cute. What is that? Look at that guy. Look at the silly little guy. Oh, look at him. He's so silly. What a good bean. Orcas are kind of evil animal. They're smart. I wouldn't call them evil. They know how to do things. Dude. Okay, I'm gonna be honest. I'm really curious what the logic for the fish is. Like, how did they get all the wildlife, the sea life, to behave like this? Back here. Good. Right, I think we're good up here. Oh, hello. How much do you want? 1,000? Sweet Jesus. Ah, sea and sky. All right. Give me a bit. I'll work on it. There we go. Alright, so there was that one chest we should definitely go back and get. But the other question is just kind of where do we get like 400 more Tetra from? Is there any kelp here? No, I guess kelp was more sort of from the other side, or is the gimmick on the other side. On this side, it's jellies. It's jellies o'clock. chest go? Did we go over here before? Oh, a conch! I'm really wondering if we missed any conch shells on the other side. I feel like we were pretty thorough in our exploration. Oh, where did that chest go? Like, we saw it on the approach when we were there it is. So it was down the waterfall. Oh, we need like 300 more tetra. I don't see any signs of a time trial over here. Like a trick trial. Oh. Isn't anything in here? We already got that. I don't think there was anything like big in this whole sort of section that we missed. Come on, Kaiga, you can hit that. We did that, we did that. Okay, and then that leads back up to there. I would prefer to see if we can reach... I'm not sure if we can actually reach the number. I don't know if each trader, each pot person, is their own, or if it's just kind of like a collective thing. Like if we leave and go to the next trader, is it still accumulating towards the same 1,000? Or would that be a different person? Okay, 240. But I really don't see anywhere to get that in the Veiled Sea. Yeah, I think we're kind of up a creek with that one. This goes back here. I'm glad we can at least get back, you know? I was a little worried that if we went too far, or like, you know, we crossed certain thresholds and that's just kind of it. But it seems like we're not too limited in our ability to backtrack. That said, this is the intro area, so I don't think there's gonna be... Can we check this? Oh, nope, there's something. We did miss a thing. Probably not gonna solve all of our problems, but every tetra helps. There you are. Only 220 to go. Pretty sure this is Austin's work. The music is beautiful. Hello, Panda. Welcome in. I hope you're having a good weekend. I'm just playing some Sword of the Sea. How are you doing? Well, I guess we'll figure out if the vendor is accumulating or if we're gonna have to come back and talk to the same person. I think for right now, we're just gonna jump on into this big golden door and see what awaits us. Very good to hear. Uh-oh. An ominous shadow. They're after my swagger. Is that Maluka? That's definitely Maluka. Ooh, look at that. So pretty! This guy is so pretty! Look at all this room for activities and adventure. It's like a city of some kind. Wake up! We must wake up the turtle. Oh! I see, the turtle was thirsty. Shadow, you're remembering to hydrate. Did you see it? Oh, what was that? Okay, cool. So it is cumulative. Is this our turtle? No. It's story time. Not all wars have victors. All battles are ruinous, but not all wars have victors. So it went when the Wanderer and the forces of the sea battled Tornamun and her wraiths of red fire. The ocean creatures were noble, fighting to preserve the cycle. The gods, with their legion of metal wraiths, fought only for immortality. The wraiths of red fire were extinguished, but the sea was dried to dust. All battles are ruinous, but not all wars have victors. I see. Okay, so we have this water. We got this water here. We gotta take it to this turtle. The turtle's thirsty. We gotta get the turtle his sippies. Ooh, bouncy bouncy. Okay, so the path itself is pretty straightforward. Makes me wonder what the actual challenge of it is. Probably that the water will dry up if I take too long. Oh, and that takes me back to the vendor. I think I can go around this way. I want a hoverboard. Hoverboards are cool. Oh, a conch shell! See, now I feel like well, maybe not. Because that was, where we were before was like the first level. So maybe we're doing fine. Right, and then we need to activate the chains. Oh, what is this? The Great Dolphin. The Great Dolphin is the sea's freedom, swimming independent and powerful and vibrant. The dolphin has no use for limits. The immortal forces of Tornamun defied the cycle and defied the sea, and bound the sea tightly. The great dolphin fought and fought, but Tornamun drained the sea. The dolphin was petrified, deprived of its chance to swim. We must free the dolphin! Okay. Let's try grabbing the water. We're gonna take the water. See what happens. Well, that was easy. I thought there would be more of a challenge to that. Oh, that was only one of them. Okay. Oh, the other one's up there. Oh, and then we go up here. Right? And then we have to go this way. Okay. Okay. We're figuring it out. Chat, we're cooking, we're cooking. The actual transportation of the water, I thought there was going to be more of a limitation to it. Not so. Ooh. It's so pretty. Oh, there's a fish tile up there. But how do I get up there? I wonder. That lets me just kind of float. Oh wait, there's Kelp right there. Boop. Cool. I don't see anything here. Right. Yeah. Yeah. Like, it's a combination of Pathless and Abzu and Journey all rolled together. I still haven't played Abzu, but I really should. I think I would enjoy it a lot. Okay, I think we... Oh, hang on. Woo! Alright, I think we're good now. Oh, but we should check on top of the... the steeple there. You never know. You never know where a secret might be hiding. Well, look at that! Come on. I can do it. I know I can do it. Yay! Aww. I appreciate that it rewards the perseverance to explore these locations. Like, it doesn't have to. These aren't necessarily locations that, like, really scream hidden treasures. But the fact that they still give you a few tetra for it, it's like, aw, thank you. Now what's really interesting... Actually, no, I think this is where we came from. Yes. Oh, but look at that. Okay. I think that's the extent of it, though. Let's be on our way. Oh, that might be enough, though. Go talk to the merchant and see if we've won our prize. Uh-oh! Okay, good to know there is no fall damage. Shaka shaka! Wachow! The Wraith can now drop while in the air, press left trigger. Thank you. Let's try it out. Shusha! Not quite sure what that does at the moment, but I suppose we'll find out. Who are you? Huh. I don't know what that's about. I suppose we'll find out in a little bit. We'll circle back to it or something. I have to buy the soundtrack for this game. It's so pretty. it's so pretty though. Sorry. Photo moment. Yeah, that's much more intuitive, I think, than like having to exit out to the menu or something. It makes me more inclined to use it. Which is something I can like toggle to really quickly. Check. There's another reward up there. Sure is. And then there's something in here. Oh! The Lost Grotto. The grotto appears a thriving city. Homes, markets, places of worship, but no Farrens ever walked its path. The grotto was only ever for the gods, a city to preside over in death as they once did in life. The city was known by many names. Now it is only the Lost Grotto. Was it ever found? That's deep, man. I do appreciate that the ping also gives you some indication when you're near to stuff. It helps make it so you don't have to just scour every nook and cranny, you know? Is this a pit? No. Oh, this is the staircase we came up before. Okay, I see. I see what's going on now. I understand. Ride the kelp all the way up. Maybe not all the way. Most of the way up. Oh! Push! Is that the merchant? Yes. Oh, look at this. So that seems like the way to go. Which of course means we're not gonna go that way. We got secrets to unlock. Rewards to earn. Oh, there's a time trial. Might not be open yet. Oh, the door's open. Prove your valor. Attain the high score within the time limit. Chain tricks to raise combo, land successfully to multiply, vary tricks for the most points. Activate the hourglass to start the event. High score is 10,000. No, we did 8,000 before. Interesting. Now this might be... seems harder. Interesting. We don't have the same sort of fluid movement from surface to surface that we did before. Ready? Not really. It's just gonna fucking sit here for a minute. Wait, really? Fucking what kind of exploit was that? It just blew it up. Hang on 1 second. I think the lighting, background lighting is broken. My bad. I didn't notice how much it, like it wasn't working correctly. Checking. Oh, I see. It's this one. There we go. Just sit on top of the jelly. Hey, I got some texture for you. Does that do anything? It's a dent. I wonder how many there are to get. Right, let's check this way before we activate that. Just want to see what we're working with. Oh! Beautiful. Boop. Alright, that seems good. So what is this thing? Alright, so we gotta find all 4 of those. I think the first one is right back at the doorway. Shouldn't be too hard. I ended up wandering off a little bit. How do I get up there? Oh. Come on. There we go. Huh. Would have thought there'd be something up here. Yep. Got that. Right? Oh shit! The way is open. Okay, we still haven't activated the chain, so I'm guessing all this is still in service to that objective. The champion. The sword of the sea had been forged, the finest weapon Farah had seen. But who could wield it? Who would be the sea's champion? The champion could not be a mere sea creature. They must be able to take the battle to land, to the root of fire. The champion could only be a Faran. The sea searched far and wide, calling out for the noblest of believers. The noblest of all came from the other side of the world. He was known only as the Wanderer. Is that us? Are we the Wanderer? Shit! Oh, so now we gotta take the water back across without getting swept up by the sand. Not actually that hard. Sippy sippy. Let the water spring forth. I'm just looking to see if there's anything. No, looks like we're good. Did we do it? It's a sea turtle! What a good little guy. Look at him. What good beans. Oh, I'm going too fast. I bet you there's something on top of the dolphin's head. No, let me up. Aha! Called it. Oh, hello. Aww. Look at that. Oh, this is wonderful. Oh, he could have taken us up to it as well. I see. Thank you, my friend. Ride an Arcleon. An Arkelon. Arkelon? Ah. Right. Okay, we get going. Whee! Ba-da-bum, 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 ba-bum. Okay, we got that one before. What is that? Why is it so bright? Oh, it's a conch shell. Marvelous. Anything down here? I can't. Oh, it's like it's a hallway. Got it, got it. Alright. Oh, fuck! That's going so fast. There you go. Alright. Good. We must find every secret. Is that a conch shell? Shit, it is. How? How do we even get to that? How do we get... Oh, okay, hang on. Hang on. There we go. Son of a... Mother... Got another one over there. Son of a... It's fine. Did I get this one already? No? Alright, now where is the guy we sell to? Well, it's only 174. It's probably not enough to really have much of an impact anyway. Oh, there's one in. There's a there. Blah, 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 blah. Anything back here? Doesn't look like it. Very pretty mouse. Oh, there. Alright, that puts us a quarter of the way to the next unlock. Thank you. Everyone say bye to Basket Friend. Oh, what? It's the dolphin! Oh, he's petrified. We gotta get him out! What the? Uh-uh. Okay. Is this good? I'm not really sure what that was. Alright, why don't we do one more chapter? And I think that'll be a good place to set it down for tonight. Okay. Well, at least they seem to be having fun. So that's good. And in true dolphin fashion, cause infinite property damage. Fuck the police! Oh, this is wonderful. Oh, I didn't get the double. Sorry. Who is that? Body slam! The dolphin is not able to do any sick tricks. It is able to clear the ledges though, which the Wanderer cannot. Is that a cliff? Yeah. Alright, up we go. Crunch. Yeah. Come on. Yes. One more. Yay! Oh, what is this? come on, get. There we go. I appreciate that it doesn't require 100% of the lanterns be lit. It kinda gives you a pass if you get most of them. Let's do a silly little belly flop. Ooh, look at all the shinies. Yes! Yes! Right, I think that's it though. And we're going up over there. Ooh. Big rocks to break. I just went right over it. Bonk. Okay, cannot go up the waterfalls. That is fair. He is a dolphin after all, not a salmon. Oh, Sky Beam. Wait, what? Oh, I gotta jump then. Okay. Can I even jump? Oh, okay. I just gotta light it up first. There we go. Nice. Yippee! Bonk. Ooh. Okay, so we got 3 turtles that gotta get hydrated this time. I see all of them. That's 1. Activate these. And hop over to the next group. I think that's everything. Oh, hang on. Trying to distract me from bonus shinies? Shame on you, game. You should know better. Eee, a conch shell. I would say that's the good shit, but I honestly don't know what they're for. Also, I got an achievement for finding all the conch shells in the Forbidden Valley, which I don't think we've gotten one of those achievements before. which means I didn't find all the conch shells before. And now I'm upset. I'm not sure if there's any actual, like, I don't know if they are a currency to be used for something, or what? No, let me down. Let me down. Let me down. Thank you. This will get us most of the way to the next one. Alright, I think that's everything. It looks like everything. It's so pretty! Oh, I can do stuff. Split. Oh boy, get ready, chat. Here we go, here we go. Maximum property damage! Yay! Ooh, that looks good. Goodness, that's bright. Oh. Ooh. Okay. I like the look of that. Aw, he's so happy. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. You got something's attention. And now we must awaken the shark. Alright. I think that's a good place to put a pause on Sword of the Sea. When we return next time, we shall endeavor to awaken the shark from his slumber and restore the balance of the oceans. Okay, so there's 5 more unlocks, it looks like. Oh, it is keeping a running score. Interesting. The Shadow Tundra. Well, that's a little ominous. Alright. So chat, I'm gonna take a few minutes break. We're gonna run some pre-rolls. Run a little ad break while I'm gone. And when I get back, we shall start working on some ding-dang drawings. I'm gonna do that. But, in the meantime, everyone, please do those human things that you gotta do. Get something to eat, something to drink, use the bathroom, stretch, take a little moment, center. And I'll see y'all on the other side for some art time. Let me put the banner back up. I'll see y'all in a little bit. Bye! There we go. Alright, hello everyone. Did y'all have a good break? Drop the music volume down a little bit for myself. I hope you guys don't mind if I have a quick bite to food. I'm getting a little peckish. More peckish, I is. I got some Greek food earlier. So in case it is not clear, I am very much enjoying this game. Let me switch the topic over. Yeah, we're still on that. Let me switch it really quickly. Not that, don't do that. And then switch over to Clip Studio while I close the game out. Okay, and then you can go away. I love giant squid. I don't know. I was not worried about this game being bad. I'm not sure how long of an experience it is, because Pathless definitely was more game than I was expecting when I played that. Certainly not in a bad way. I enjoyed it a lot. I just didn't think it was going to take as much time as it did. I think by comparison, right now this feels more like Journey. Which is not a very long game. So this might not take us nearly as much time as Pathless did. But we'll see. We shall see. I'm gonna have one more bite of food and then we'll get going. That's good. Alright. Shuffle out of the way a little bit, and then we'll get going. You know, there was one part of the CitizenCon. So, Chris Roberts, the CEO, founder, Project evil mastermind behind the whole thing. Yeah, did a little video message at the start and the end. And one of the things that he was talking about was, you know, obviously expressing appreciation to the fans and the players. But one of the things he was talking about was how you know, Star Citizen, despite the absurd size of the project, is an indie game. It is not indie in the typical sort of sense of how people are referring to indie games in 2025, right? Like there is an implication of the scale and style of game and all of that. But Star Citizen has no publisher. They have no corporate overlord that is telling them what to do or setting deadlines or milestones or anything. And on one hand, maybe they could use a little more structure. But on the other hand, it does allow them to make the game that they want to make and spend the time to get it working. I do think that is worth something, you know. I kind of feel like Chris threw that particular bit of the message in, just given everything that's been going on with the industry over the past couple of weeks and months. It's a little, like, nod to all of that and the recognition of, like, yeah, if we had to put up with this shit, we'd be screwed. And the fact that we don't is thanks to all of you. I don't know, the current state of the industry is so fucked. And some of it is restructuring? No, it's rescaling to balance out a size that the industry got to that it was never going to be able to sustain. So some of it is definitely that, but a lot of it is also just trying to eke money out of every stone that they can turn over. And that's just kind of like, yeah guys, how's that shit going? How's that working out for you? Expedition 33 was this year, right? Like, that was like March or something? When did that come out? It's been a crazy fucking year. Pretty sure this year. I'm pretty sure it was this year. I'm actually doing that right now. Thank you, Panda. Yes, everyone, be sure to take a sip of your drink of preference.
If you're watching this video sitting down, I'm gonna need you to fix your fucking posture, you croissant-looking letter C crescent moon ass scoliosis motherfucker. Fix your spine! Damn!
I can go in and correct it if it is still too much. It's still much louder. Alright, let me check. Also mix it up and down in general. That might be part of it. Right. It's twice as loud. Weird. Alright, well, I've brought it lower. Oh, I wonder if it's because it's using that audio channel instead. Here, we'll bring that down just in case and see if that fixes it. Well, I suppose next time it gets redeemed, we'll find out if it's improved or not. It is kind of wild to me. Like, it has been a good year for gaming, right? There have been some absolutely incredible titles that have been released this year, right? But it kind of feels like that has been accomplished despite so many factors. Like, it feels like a triumph, and it feels like it is not coming from the typical locations. I believe there is. I mean, I can just play it again, but let's not spam it. Especially if it's so loud. You know, we've got Sword of the Sea, we've got Expedition 33, we've got Silk Song, we've got I don't know. I've heard some people not happy with Silent Hill, but a lot of people seem to be enjoying it. What was the other major things that came out this year? I don't know, it's not been a bad year for games, but it does feel like it's been kind of a hard-fought battle to have success despite the state of the industry. Oh my god, that was this year, wasn't it? Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, I don't think Wilds is gonna win Game of the Year. It's not even because it's a bad game. It's just there's so much else. Kingdom Home Deliverance 2 was, oh my god. I don't know. Monster Hunter is typically best like a couple years after it comes out, I think. You know, once the content has had time to populate. Everyone rushing in, expecting it to have the same amount of stuff as Worlds at day one is like, yeah, that's not gonna happen. Worlds didn't have Worlds amount of content at day one. Blueprints was like, oh my god. I still haven't played that. Maybe we should play that on stream later. We have so many games to play later. I don't think Dench Attack is happening this year. I think that's a next year title. It seemed very fun. It seemed very silly and had a good vibe. Deltarune got a new update, which I don't know if I would really count that as being a 2025 release, but you know, it was very exciting for for Deltarune fans. I don't know. It has honestly not been a bad year for gaming. But I do think I would say most of the success stories are not coming out of the AAA industry. I think a lot of the sort of usual suspects in terms of like game publication and release and development have not been putting their best foot forward this year. Civ 7, Like a Dragon, Split Fiction, Doom the Dark Ages, Night Rain, and Death Stranding. Nice. And we still have 2 months left. There was a bunch of like quality shit that got jostled around between GTA 6's initial release and then Silksong, like forcing everyone out of the first half of September. That's just the first half of the year. Alright. It is kind of weird, right? I don't know. I don't remember sort of where Doom the Dark Ages landed in terms of overall rating or quality. I think it was fine. I just don't feel like it got that much attention. I feel like there was just so much else happening that for a lot of people it just kind of came and went without a lot of fanfare. Which is wild. Let's see, so out of those, Civ 7 is not AAA. High-end AA maybe? It's not like a huge title, right? It's not a major blockbuster, I wouldn't say. Plus, I believe people were not really happy with it, so... Like a Dragon, I think people did enjoy that. That's a pretty big project. I might call that AAA. Split Fiction, AA. Doom Dark Ages, yeah, it's AAA. Night Rain, yeah, it's AAA. And Death Stranding 2. If there is a tier of game that's like getting up to quadruple A, I think Death Stranding might be in that group. Oh yeah, no, I think the Yakuza games are very good, especially for what they're trying to be. That's a lot of dedication, because that's a lot of game. But, so I don't know, like, clearly there are still aspects of the AAA industry. There are companies that are landing, that are succeeding. So it's not like, oh, the entire AAA industry is just fucking dead in the water. But I think there is a lot of sort of struggle to figure out how the fuck this is supposed to work. And I don't have an answer for that. To Grandpa trying to 100% something after you did Digimon 8 days. I think for me, trying to 100% a title, I don't know. I can't think of the last game that I tried to 100%. think there's many games that I enjoy enough that I would try to go back and like play every aspect of it after I've already finished it. There's a lot of games that I enjoy enough to have replay value, but I don't think I would go, I still don't think with those I would go for 100%. But that's me. That's just like my opinion, man. So, I don't know. I don't know, like... I don't know how to sort of balance more up stats and no items. Gotcha. So there's been Team Cherry, the groups behind Hollow Knight, did an article for Bloomberg where they basically sort of talked about the game and, you know, spilled the beans on why Silksong took so long. And the answer was there were no beans. There's no, you know, drama or major disagreements or falling out or financial difficulties or anything. They just took their time with it and made the game that they wanted to make. And it took a while to get around to everything that they wanted to do and, you know, polish it to the level that they were satisfied with. But, you know, they had the financial backing, they had the space to cook, and so they cooked. Which, in a perfect world, is what every team would get to do, right? They would just have the resources and the time to make the game that they wanted to make. But I think it is true that there are plenty of cases where the excuse me, I don't know. Honestly, it wouldn't surprise me if they just kinda tuned it out after a while. I'm just kind of like, don't read social media, don't focus on it, don't think about it. We've got our thing and we're gonna do our thing. But I do think there are any number of cases where you have an indie dev or a published dev, AAA, single A, double A, whatever the case may be, where they do everything right. They make all the right moves, they make the right decisions, they release a polished, well-developed game, but just through sheer bad luck, bad timing, competition, or marketing, it just never gets traction, right? No one ever really notices it or picks it up in the way that they need to sort of be successful, financially at least. It's not fair, but it is the case. It is true. heard a couple people, including a friend at work, saying they're not sure why Silent Hill F is a Silent Hill. To them it doesn't feel like or seem like a Silent Hill, which I haven't seen that much of it. I haven't played it, but from what I have seen, I don't think I would agree. But, you know, everyone is allowed their opinion. But I will bet you bunions to bullions that if Konami had released a new horror game, original IP, original title, break out into something new as a way to sort of return to the industry with style and aplomb, the thing that would have been asked across the internet is, where the fuck is Silent Hill? Where is our Silent Hill? Why didn't you give us a new Silent Hill? What is this? So I can definitely sort of that is one where I can definitely understand the allure of put this under the IP of something that we already have and that we can, you know, sort of work off of that existing goodwill. Which admittedly, I was surprised Silent Hill had much goodwill left. I think the 2 remake probably helped that a fair amount. But let's face it, Silent Hill has not been in a good place for a long ass time. So, I don't know. I don't know what the industry looks like going forward. I don't know what we can really expect to have happen. At the very least, I hope the hemorrhaging stops soon. If we can staunch the bleeding at the very least, I think that would be appreciated. And then we can sort of figure out structuring to something more healthy and sustainable. It looks okay, so it doesn't look wrong per se, but like the length of the knuckle feels a bit off. The positioning of the knuckle and the like relative length between the first knuckle and the second and third feels a bit weird. But T-Show is going pretty well. We were playing some Sword of the Sea earlier, talking about the Citizen Han stuff. I'm just working on a bit of like, how are you doing? How's your weekend? Don't have any ideas for October art number 2. We'll see where we get to with that. Yeah, working on our first of the October art pieces. I think it's going pretty good so far. Okay, I'm gonna do a couple of things just to... Thank you. Glad you like it. I'm gonna do a couple of things just to sort of reposition my thumb. And the other thing I wanted to do, I don't think I want to expand this leg very much. Just because I think the perspective on it is kind of finicky. But I think if we take this and we sort of reverse the direction of the waypoint and give it a bit more of the right bottom up angle, right? Yeah, that's good. I haven't played as much No Man's Sky as I think I believed I was going to. No, just haven't been quite feeling it. I've been getting back into X4 a little bit. I think right now with X4, I'm kind of just in a spot where I'm watching the numbers go up. You know, I've got 2 factories. They're basically just churning out resources to sell to people. So I can increase, you know, the rate of production on those. I can add more production modules so that they can put out goods faster and make me money more quickly. But of course that's a whole spend money to make money situation. So yeah, it's kind of a passive game right now. I'm just sort of waiting for the numbers and the production to sort of hit a critical mass where I can start to really switch over to like full-on ship production and start building up a fleet, because I can buy ships from the various faction shipyards, which is at my current sort of level of finances more viable, but I don't have enough ships to actually like go up against the Xenon forces. Because anywhere that they are concentrated in, there's a lot of the fuckers. There's one area that has just been like a non-stop swarm of them for ages. And ships keep trying to like traverse the blockade and just get annihilated. So I'm not sure how we're gonna break that one. At one point, because I back before it sort of turned into the total shitstorm that it is currently, I dropped off a surveillance satellite there so I can keep tabs on it. And at one point I checked in and I saw the wreckage of an Argon capital ship, or an Argon battle cruiser, that had just been picked apart by Xenon fighters and corvettes, and I'm like, oh shit. So just going in with a big ship is not going to solve the problem. You're going to need a real like combined force to sort of work away at them bit by bit. I need to actually get enough money that we reach a point where I can hope to do that. So for now, I'm just gonna keep supplying materials to other people, sell stuff until we can start really buying ships in larger quantities. And hope that the Xenon don't start rampaging before we get to that critical mass. Though, sort of keeping with some of the discussions that we've been having recently, I played a little bit of that last night, and then I booted up Shogun 2 for the first time in years. I was like, shit, I love this game. And started a campaign of that. And Sega's like, why haven't you bought any of the other Total War games? I'm like, because they're not as good. You guys kinda peaked with Shogun 2. Alright. I think it's looking better. Excuse me. Keep forgetting to do this. There you go. A little bit. There we go. Nice. Okay. I think that's looking pretty good so far. I'm gonna jump off of that just because we got this hand that has not been started at all. The vampire thing? Oh! I'm very happy with it. Personally, I think it's one of my best works of the year. The plan... So, tomorrow is Jin's birthday. And Ivy are gonna be playing Warhammer Rogue Trader. So, my plan is to jump in and surprise him with that tomorrow. I hope they like it. Yeah, I was quite happy with how it came out. Very satisfactory results. Now I'm going to be chasing that for the rest of the year. Honestly, I think this year has been pretty accomplished in terms of the quality of work we've been able to do. Because I know sort of when we started out, one of the things I was sort of worried about was getting into a little bit of a routine, right? Just sort of making the same stuff that we're familiar with, same stuff that we always do. I really wanted to try and sort of push the envelope a little bit this year. Let's try and do greater variety of subjects, greater variety of styles, more environment stuff. I think we've really managed to accomplish that, which has been cool. I just gotta end the year strong, you know? Let's do maybe a dozen more drawings before the end of December. That'll be pretty good. Looks pretty good. I think expanding that out works a bit better. Sorry, give me 1 second. There we go. What's going on here? This is weird. I'm probably gonna have to go buy the Sword of the Sea soundtrack, because that music was fucking banging. It was so pretty. Anime airing with 3 episodes out this Saturday news. May I ask for one final thing? That's the title of it? Alright. Alright, I'll bite. What's it about? What's going on here? Alright. Clean up the shapes a little bit more. Pretty good. Action, comedy, and fantasy. Alright. It better not be one of them isekais. Move the ball, Scarlett's fiance Kyle suddenly calls off the engagement, falsely accused of being a bully. People unfairly call her villainous. The aristocrats, noble families all denounce her for years. She has to put up with abuse and names. You can't take more of it. Listen, she asks for one last favor to give him a good fist in the face. So begins Scarlett's journey of revenge against Kyle and his cronies. Huh. one last favor. Okay. I'm not really sure what to make of that. Alright, that feels more balanced. We're going in the right direction now. Does it flood with those, like, what, rug pulls or isekais? Reincarnated as a vending machine. Yeah. So, vending machine and some of the ones like it feel like they're like postmodern isekais, right? They're like they're a self-aware. They're an isekai that is self-aware of the oversaturation of isekai and is just sort of pushing like how overblown and stupid can we make the genre. Which, even that, like, okay, I get the joke and it's fine, but then we get so many of them that it's like, okay, we get the joke. The joke is not funny anymore. I think, sort of going again off of some of the stuff that Jeff was talking about, I need to watch the video again because there was an anime that actually sounded pretty interesting and I wanted to give it a try. It's like, how many isekai stories could just be fantasies? Dog, I heard you like isekai. So we rented this truck. A lot of them could just be fantasy stories, and they would be perfectly fine or even better for it. Oh, though. Lily cut the first 10 minutes. See, this is that litmus test that Jeff was talking about. If you only spend 10 minutes establishing the character in their normal life before you isekai them, don't watch it. It's not going anywhere. It's just a wish fulfillment fantasy. It doesn't have a story to tell. But speaking of isekai, okay, I gotta say, there was one that I liked. I watched Bon, that anime short by Giguk of Trash Taste fame. He funded his own anime. It's like I think it's 18 minutes long. It's like a normal show run length, but it's only one episode. It's called Bon, Beaan. It was very cute, and it was very good. But it was really only, like, it is an isekai in mechanics, but really not in any, like, storytelling format. The way that they sort of wove the story together was actually very interesting. I really enjoyed it. I thought it was very sweet. And I would recommend it. It's on YouTube. It's free. You should watch it later. Yes, I suppose not all isekai are terrible, but the market is so oversaturated, it's really hard to tell the good from the bad. I forget which one I like. I like the main character's struggle, was conflicted with the memories of the body they inhabited versus the memories of past life. Struggled with which choices to make because he wasn't sure which opinions to listen to. That is somewhat interesting. I think that adds an interesting element to the typical mechanics. You know, the fact that he isn't sort of transmigrated wholesale, he is possessing the body of someone that was already there. That's not bad. There's some ideas there to cook with, for sure. It's hard to rule out an entire genre, right? Some people are gonna come up with interesting things to do with it. Someone will figure out how to cook. Yeah, it's like, it's an isekai, but there's baggage. And there were so many people that looked at Sword Art Online and was like, oh my god, what an original and interesting concept, and I'm over here being a dot hack fan like I'm gonna kill you all. Fucking Sword Art Online, what a fucking travesty. Actual crime against good sense. the best thing to come out of Sword Art Online is the Abridged series. They actually fixed so much of what is wrong with the entire series. Like, I'm not gonna pretend that even in the Abridged series, the characters significantly get better as people. I don't think they did. But they're at least aware of how bad they are. And there is some effort made to be less bad people. Because I don't know, if you have the sort of base story where it's like, no, this is the protagonist, he's cool and awesome and good. It's like, alright, so is he gonna stop being a piece of shit? No, he's awesome. Okay. Pack it up, we're done. But you know, that particular scene was just like, I don't think there was anyone that really liked the original version. And then this is like, oh wow, you actually like made it work. This is good. This is good. I don't know. I have very little good to say about Sword Art Online. Other than the Abridged series, it's a lot of fun. It was a reactor who got to interview the creators, and they're working on alicization. I don't know what that is. Is another season of SAO. See, if you're talking about the regular show, I would just be massively disappointed that this nightmare continues to plague the human race. But it's the abridged version, so puggies. I remember seeing Gun Gale, and I don't remember if I just thought it was interesting because of the character designs, or if I was like, oh, Sword Art without Kirito, maybe this will actually be not shit. I never watched it, but I remember being like mildly intrigued by it. I think it was mostly just for the character designs. But still Kirito, god damn it. Well, whatever interest I had is better than EA. pretty good. Oh, though on the subject of renewed enthusiasm, there was a PvE extraction shooter in development, still technically in development, called The Forever Winter. Coco's been playing a little bit of it. So I was watching her play some, and it was interesting when I checked it out before. It definitely had some really good, like, drama and tension within the game, right? Like, ammo is limited, so you have to be very sort of deliberate about where you do and don't take battles, and what you can and can't fight. And sort of the goal is to go out into this war-torn wasteland and collect as many resources and materials as you can. I think the way that I might describe it, if I really, really had to, imagine like if the timeline of Metal Gear Solid had basically just consumed the entire world in war. So you just have these like zombie robot machines and giant mechs running around. And you are sort of running a scavenger / refugee camp in the tunnels beneath the old world. And so you have to wander out into the tunnels and onto the surface to scavenge materials and water and keep your group running. It's very bleak, but very interesting premise. And I will go so far as to say I think there are things about extraction shooters that mechanically I like the idea of. I think the main thing that has always been a turnoff to me with extraction shooters is the PvP element, right? That, you know, you can just have a bad day or run up against some asshole and all of your good work, all your hard work and your good stuff is just gone. I would rather that just be sort of the course of the gameplay as opposed to an unlucky match or bad matchmaking or something to that effect. I don't know. I'm not much of a PvPer. I like a little bit of it, like, you know, I enjoyed it enough with Mecha Break. You know, I'll do some PvP, but generally I prefer cooperative or single player. So the idea of a chance to really have an extraction shooter to, you know, try out those mechanics without the pressure of PvP gameplay was like, okay, yeah, tell me more. I tried a little bit of it before and I was like, okay, this is really interesting. I think the main sort of turn off for me at the time was, you know, your settlement requires water and water depletes in real time. So if you don't log in for long enough, the water's gonna hit 0 and then you effectively reset. You know, if your settlement goes without for too long, you just lose everything. Kind of like what did, frankly. You know, if you don't upkeep your base for too long, it's just gonna get abandoned and war-torn, you know, weather-worn, and you lose everything. Speaking of which, I'm pretty sure my base in Dune is long gone. But I don't know if they've done anything to change that particular aspect of the gameplay. But it does seem like they've done some pretty good improvements, at least in other areas. So I want to give it another try at some point and see how I'm feeling about it. See if it's vibing a bit better. wasn't terrible. I don't have time for not terrible. There's so much stuff that I want to watch that deserves to be watched and I never get around to it. See, this is the problem. I know I've ranted about this before, but this is the problem, and this is how you get to a state of affairs where something getting like a 7 out of 10 is considered trash. Right? If you get below an 8 out of 10 score on a game or a movie or something, like that's bad. And it's not even that like it's not a bad title for getting a 7 out of 10. Like that's fine. That's acceptably good. But there's so much fighting for everyone's time and attention that, like, if you're not in that upper echelon, you're not getting any space to work with. You're not getting any time on people's radar. Like, I enjoyed Bond a lot. I thought it was very sweet. I thought it was very good, and I would recommend it. However, I will fully admit that if it weren't Gigup's project, if it weren't Gart's project, if it had just been some indie anime episode that had popped up on my YouTube feed, I don't know if I would have watched it. I don't know if I would have given it the attention. Because unfortunately, one of those things where having someone's reputation attached really had a big influence, I think, on its success. Sort of a similar vein, kind of tangentially. I suppose it's animation related. Glitch, the independent animation group, had a, I guess you could call it a showcase, announcement, newsreel, some shit like that yesterday. Sort of talking about state of some of their projects, upcoming projects, etc., etc. So, you know, they updated on release dates for Amazing Digital Circus, so you know when the next episode is due out. Talked some about Knights of Guinevere, which I really liked, and they're sort of going through the funding process to get the rest of the show produced for the rest of the season. I don't know how long Dana sort of intends for that series to run for. We'll see. But yeah, they're sort of, I think they're very, like, down to do it. It's mostly a question, a challenge of getting the money to fund the rest of the season, you know? There's another one that they did the pilot for, and I'm totally blanking on the name. It's very, like, grungy, sort of stop motion animation style. Very sort of like 9, if you remember that movie from many years ago. or sort of like gross Tim Burton. So yeah, they were sort of talking about and gave some like what's the word? Indication of what the upcoming episodes are going to be about, but you know, saying we're still working on it. It's going to be a ways off, so please be patient. And a lot of the animation crew is still working on wrapping up the season for Digital Circus. But then the sort of big final thing that they announced was that Glitch has partnered with Lackadaisy to produce their season. So Lackadaisy was able to crowdfund and sort of crowdsource the pilot episode, right? Proof of concept, the situation, and sort of show people, here's what we want to do, here's how the show, the animated adaptation of the webcomic would work. Right, so he did that, and then they were sort of going through the process of developing the rest of the season as they had planned it out, which was going to be, I think they said like 6 10-minute episodes, something to that effect, and they were doing a couple little animated shorts along the way as well. So Glitch right, got in touch with them and negotiated, and so they're, I think the plan now is for 10 20-minute episodes. So it's getting sort of built up to be a more complete season, which I think is cool. I really like the Lackadaisy pilot. I've always sort of meant to read it at some point, and I've just never gotten around to it. So, really interested, and it's really cool to see Glitch sort of working on expanding the library and giving support to more teams to make interesting stuff. They were saying they're sort of splitting into like 2 types of projects. So they're gonna have original stuff like Digital Circus and Murder Drones, and then they're gonna have essentially sort of more independent projects that they're just sponsoring. So like Lackadaisy is going to be a presents project where they provide support, they provide funding, but they're not directly involved in the production. They're just partnering. And that all sounds very good. I like it. I think independent animation is in a really exciting place where we're seeing some really incredible projects get done, where the major studios are kind of falling over themselves and failing to deliver. So I like all of that, but the thought that keeps cropping up in my head, especially when they got to that originals and presents split, was, this is really good, please don't be another V-Shoujo. Please do not build up this project, this management system, this funding system beyond its actual means and just completely fuck everyone over in the process. Because if the game industry is in a bad place, the animation industry is a nightmare. The animation industry might be in actual hell. Obviously, I know less about that just because I'm not as closely tied to it. But I do know it's really bad. So I feel like we need more stuff like Glitch, where opportunities for animation projects are not tied to major studios, where animators can tell the stories that they want to and get the funding to do it. And, you know, newer animators can cut their teeth and get involved and build a portfolio, a demo reel. I think that's all really exciting. I just don't want it to, I don't want it to go south. You know, growth is good, but growth needs to serve a purpose. I feel like it's really common for there to be this sort of expectation to just get bigger and do more because just like that's the natural progression. You know, Bellier, the Bloomberg article for Silksong, you know, that's one of the things that Bellier was really sort of talking about or pointing to, was that, you know, Team Cherry was insanely successful with Hollow Knight, right? They sold millions of copies, which for a team of 3 people plus some contracting is just insanely good, right? Like you're financially golden. And in a situation like that, especially if you're working on a sequel, there's sort of a natural expectation of scaling up, right? Hire on more people, make a bigger thing, you know, work on, you know, develop the studio to do more. But they didn't do that. They kept the team that they had, they kept it small, they kept it agile, they kept the people that made the game working on making the game. I know, novel fucking concept there. And, you know, they didn't say, well, we have all this money, so let's make the studio bigger. Let's make it a 20-man studio or a 20-head studio. No, we're gonna, this is working, we're gonna keep doing it. There is such a thing as healthy equilibrium, even if most businesses don't remember that that exists. Getting there. Almost cleaned up. I'm gonna be honest, I know I have talked about how long Sword of the Sea is. I've not looked it up. I kind of don't want to. Like, some stuff I'll look it up just to sort of get a sense of how long it's gonna take us to play through. But I don't really want to know with this one. I want to just run the experience and let it do its thing. Also, I don't know why I keep saying sword in the sea. It's not. It's because the sword in the stone. God damn it. Chatter recooked. Good. Alright. It's getting there. Still a lot to do, but we're improving. There we go. Good. Alright. Yeah, there's still a lot of cleaning up in here to do, but it's definitely coming along. So I'll take that. Okay, what am I doing for this? I think we're just gonna do this color right in here. There we go. Okay. I think I'm all yapped out from earlier. Blech. Yep, definitely. Way more than I normally do. Give me a second to double check my reference here. I'll make sure I'm doing this right. There we go. Maybe? Where's a good one? There's a good one. Okay, yes. Right. It's looking pretty good. Yeah, I think that'll work alright. I haven't bought that hair tutorial yet. I think I'm gonna though. It's a little pricey, but the results look really nice. I'm like, yeah, I could go for it. I could go for a bit of a glow up. I think maybe do that, and then a couple of retouching to a few parts. Be a good set of upgrades to aim for. Stuff like that I'm always very hesitant to spend money on unless I'm really sure about it, but I think it'll be worth it. Get some guidance from an experienced individual. Excuse me. Good. Well, this sounds like boss music. Okay, there's a lot going on in this drawing. But we're getting there. Well, moving parts. Yeah, just take this and move it up a little bit more. Oh, it's actually negative space. Get rid of all this. All these sort of extra edge bits that we don't need anymore. Good. Okay. Not done, just some necessary cleanup, right? There's smudging here. I'm not sure quite how that happened, but I don't like it. I mean, it's definitely my fault, but I don't like it. Yeah, that's a bit better. Trying to get this sort of bold overlap visual going on. inside. I think they could have gone a little bit harder on the song. I think you're gonna check. How's the volume on that, by the way? I don't know why that's an issue now. Such quiet but much better. Alright. Maybe it was the overlay volume that was causing it. I'll bump that up a bit and see if it's better. Of the two, I would take quiet. Yeah, for sure. Ideally, we'll find that nice happy medium, though. Okay, I think that gets us through most of the principal cleanup. Probably a few little odds and ends, but I think we have Now at least touched on everything, which is good. Now we can just polish and add fun details and all that good stuff. I think where I want to start though is working in some of the smoke. Overlap the foreground.
One want to fight, the other stays beside. On this canvas, through it may not be real. We are battling for the fate we feel. Our drafts collide in this endless light. Two souls entwined in a desperate fight to decide if you should stay or depart in this spirited world. Love the lively paths as our journey part, our path diverge. One fates hearken to the distant dirge, leaving behind pieces of an immortal heart. In this painted world, love's light departs. In the depths of despair, we seek for sight, a reason to linger, a love to redefine. In each other's eyes, there flicker of hope. In this bond we've woven, we learn to cope. Our drafts collide in this endless light.
I feel like I'm overcooking this. I don't really like the way that it's coming together. Or the core, right? It's some sort of wispy interior shape. It's not bad, it's just, I don't think it's quite what I want it to look like, right? What do I want?
Old friend, you've traveled miles, spinning in circles. Your blood
Like, I think it's close, it's just, it's missing something?
but it's time to say goodbye until next life. Too long, that thought is not in
Notre voyage s'arrête, nos chemins divergent. Alors que l'un s'éteint, écoute le chant lointain. Laisse derrière nous ce cœur immortel. Dans ce monde peint, l'amour est artificiel. Dans ces mondes reculés, nos histoires se rejoignent, dérivant vers des toiles incertaines. Dans nos cœurs, un lien éternel brille. Nos dessins se confrontent. Pour nos âmes enlacées, pour nos cœurs déchirés.
Okay, that's a bit better. I think just not leaning it a bit heavier onto one side helps some, I think. It probably also doesn't help that I'm trying to do this with a single tone, as opposed to getting more of a length layering effect going into it. Yeah, a little bit of tonal breakup I think does help quite a bit. Okay, I want to try one more thing, just to see kind of what it does. So we don't want to do like regular clouds, right? That's going to be weird looking, but I'm curious if we add a few of these guys in. Maybe take the fingertip and sort of spread that around some. Actually, that might be a fun way to go about this. Do a little bit of that. Come on, kid, you can do it. Work the problem. Is still thinking about it. Sweet Jesus, really? There we go. Just add a few extra odds and ends to accentuate some of the shapes. Round out some of the forms.
on the dial, stripping out the colors. A man whose steps leave no trace. A man whose voice sounds like tears. A man whose memory erase. A man whose time flow of beats. You learn.
Yeah, I kind of like that a bit more. No, I don't know. In some ways, it's better. Let's do this. I think it adds a nice little extra bit of like fogginess. Right, so we can just use, so we won't be quite so like specific with this one. Yeah, I think that will do. So if we go back down here, we have our background smoke, right? And so this, try to do the same thing. Still have to do that like scale up trick because it's really not cooperating, making a shape as large as we want it to be, but there you go. Or you can sort of use that as a background element, right? Oop. I think just cleaning up some of the shapes in here, right? There we go. But yeah, once we have the lighter tones in a few places, I think this will look pretty good. Perhaps not the best smoke I've ever drawn, but not bad. Because I don't know what the best smoke I would have drawn would be. Of course, it's not clouds, right? A different vibe.
Dans chaque toile, un rêve éternel. Dans chaque étoile, un mot lycéen. Nos pleurs se répondent.
Yeah, something like that. I'm digging it. Curious about one thing, just to kind of see what it does. Yeah, so that doesn't play quite so well. That's pretty sick. So the only thing that I think is not quite working at the moment, so the thing that's maybe a little bit problematic, is if we take a filter, if we flatten it all down, we desaturate it. So the brightest elements are definitely right around the face, which is good. That's good. Let's do an artistic filter. Oh, this doesn't cause me to lag anymore because it's on a different computer. Perfect. Cut it down to 6 colors. Okay. So it's working okay. It's working pretty well. I think the upper smoke might be a touch bright. I think if I let down the color dodging on it a little bit, maybe decrease the opacity a bit, just so that like those really high saturation highlights don't distract as much, right? Just bring it down a little bit. I think that works a bit better. And then that way, the brightest of the greens are on the character themselves. It, you know, really focuses the attention in towards the center, towards the character, rather than sort of having these shapes swirling around and not really sort of directing the focus in the right way. Sort of in a similar fashion, I think if we take these guys and maybe cut them down a little bit, just so that they're not drawing quite so much attention, right? Okay, I think that's working better. Right. That's good. I feel like that's a better balance. Cool. Right. What is next? What is next? There's always something, right? Really, honest chins, we might finish this on Tuesday. I do want to put more work into the background, but I feel like we're making a good enough pace with this that we might finish it next time. If not Tuesday, then definitely Thursday.
Miroir du temps, nos histoires s'alignent dans le creux de nos mains. Deux mondes se dessinent, l'un peint de rêve où le chagrin s'efface, l'autre nu et réel où notre deuil prend place. Au lendemain non écrit,
And after that, I don't know what we do. I don't have the next drawing planned out. I do have a few more VTuber art pieces that I want to do, so maybe we can work on one of those.
du destin. Les liens restent éternels dans le dessin. Toile vierge, horizon lointain, peignons ensemble les couleurs de demain, au clair obscur, œuvres infinies. Chaque pas trace la route d'une vie. Au lendemain non écrit, sous les étoiles, tout commence, rien ne finit. Dans l'étreinte du destin, les liens restent éternels dans le dessin.
Both of the ideas I have will be a good chance at some hand practice, because I can always stand to do more of that. Yeah, there is part of me that wishes is like, I wish I could finally say I'm done with a certain aspect, right? I don't need to practice this anymore. I got it. I got it on lock. It's on farm status. But I don't think that's ever really true. I don't think anybody ever completely masters something, right? I think there's always at least some room to improve, some room to refine. You know, there is no level cap in real life. I'm forgetting something in here. There's a detail or something that I'm meant to work on and I'm completely blanking on it. I'm sure it'll come back to me. Probably. Maybe? Hopefully. I'm gonna wake up at 4 in the morning and be like, oh my god, what was that? I had a dream last night that I caught a spider. Been a fair number of them showing up lately. At least it's not ants. All right. So we got about 20 minutes left. I think rather than start the next soundtrack, I'm just going to put the lo-fi on for now. And we'll start the next one on Tuesday. Actually, before that, we got a couple of things, a couple of thematic things that we can put on. Let me go grab that. Play one or two of these and then or I just use the lo-fi to close out. Oh, I haven't done the other eye. That's weird. That's awkward. That's not bad. It's okay. Yeah, overlay doesn't quite cut it. Well, ad's pretty good for that, actually. Yeah, I can play with that. Okay, yeah, we still got some stuff up here that needs to be addressed. Let's see. I feel like I had something else I wanted to put on, but it might just end up being that. That's okay. Sort of smoothing this line out, giving it a bit more of a strandy feeling. Mm-hmm. This is perhaps a little ambitious, perhaps a little bit bold. But before the year is out, I think I want to try and solve the animation problem that the game was suffering from. It's probably going to be something that I need to do in my off time. Like, I don't think it's going to be a stream thing, just because what I might have to do, I don't really like the prospect of, but I might have to do it, is I might just need to redo some of the steps that I've done. There might have been something that I missed, something that was handled incorrectly and is just causing bugs down the line. I might just need to retrace my work and go again. Because it has bothered me a lot that we've gotten so little progress done this year on the game. You know, legitimate reasons are no. I really want to get going with it again. You know, seeing stuff like Silk Song and Sword of the Sea, seeing Neva and the incredible work that people are doing with games and making is like, I don't know, it makes me really want to get back into it, and the fact that I'm just like completely paralyzed by this problem is very frustrating. It is, I mean, it doesn't help that it's not part of the skill set that I already have. You know, it's not something that I'm sort of coming in knowing how to do. Like, my training is centered around 3D modeling and material generation, material authoring. So, you know, animation is something that I am learning how to do as we're doing it. Right? We are learning how to do animation while we're making stuff for the game, which is, you know, arguably not ideal, but that's also a big part of why we're making the game, is to learn how to do things that we don't already know how to do. So it is reasonable. It is a fair way to approach it, even if it is perhaps not the sanest way to approach it. But with all that said, yeah, I'm really want to get back to a point where we're actively working on it, and Thursdays can go back to being Game Dev Thursdays. You know, it has been nice getting more time to work on drawings and play games and whatnot on Thursdays, but that's really not what I added the time slot for. I want to attempt to rectify that. So, yeah, unfortunately nobody that I have talked to thus far has had an idea that worked, right? There were people, I did talk to some folks, I tried out some suggestions, and I appreciate their input and their ideas, but unfortunately none of it panned out to a successful fix. So I'm gonna double check my old forum post that I made a while back and see if anybody did actually respond to it. But beyond that, I might just need to delete some of the work and go again and see if there was something wrong in how it was set up. If there was, that's easy enough, I reckon, to, well, you know, it'll be a pain, but it's just like, okay, do the process again. It's not the worst thing in the world, but it has been enough of a problem that it's like, we gotta do something, you know? Bug fixing. How do you figure out where in the code the bug is hiding? You're gonna have to ask a programmer for that. And a lot of times I think a big part of the answer is to use diagnostic tools and sort of look to see, like, okay, here is a line that is improperly written, or here is where, you know, an argument is occurring between the 1 and the 0. That explains a lot, actually. think a lot of times it's just like, oh, see, this argument is failing to occur, or this line is written incorrectly. You know, and diagnostic tools can sort of pick that up, but that's assuming that there's a diagnostic tool that's actually looking at it and can tell you, oh yeah, here's your problem, which I'm pretty sure I do not have occurring. Because even though there's an obvious visible error, it's not necessarily a bug from sort of the typical design or programming sense, right? It's not something in the code that is wrong. It is how the code is working. Information. So I guess there's two kind of things, right? There is a bug where the code is not working, right? It's just not doing the thing that you want it to do. And then there are bugs where the code is correct. The code is executing the way that you expect it to. But the data that is being provided to it is incorrect. And so it is doing the right thing with the wrong data set. And at this point, I don't know which one I am encountering. Are you trying to cheat the redeem, Sonic? Mods, delete Sonic's backups. Violating the law. A grave offense.
Stop right there, criminal scum!
Mm-hmm. Glasses should fit under the mask. Let me
You're
double check
watching this
that.
video
I think I
sitting
did the
down.
right
I'm
thing.
gonna need you to
Yes.
fix your
Okay, good.
fucking posture, you croissant-looking letter C
Alright.
crescent moon ass scoliosis motherfucker. Fix your spine. Damn.
But you can be seen with glasses. That is, in fact, what glasses are for. It is the technology. There we go. Okay. just a teensy bit more polish right here, sort of smoothing this out a little bit. Grab some of this purple to transition over with. So yeah, I think we're in a pretty good shot to finish this up on Tuesday. With all the background stuff still to go, might be a little presumptuous, but we'll do our best to see where we get to. Granted, you know, now that we have the character and the smoke going, we have more of the effects, we have some idea about the visibility of the background and where we really need to put more effort into and where stuff can kind of stand to be more left to interpretation, shall we say. But yeah, I definitely want to go in and do another pass on that. And then sort of a detail and beauty pass on the character. I think we'll be in a pretty good spot. I think we'll be pretty good with this one. Alright. I think that's where we're gonna have to go for tonight. Thank you, Jims. Thank you for hanging out tonight. Thank you for chatting about the Star Citizens. For hanging out while we tried out Sword at the Sea. I'm so happy. I'm so happy with that game. It's so good. It's everything I wanted. Yeah, thank you for chilling while I locked in on this ding dang art piece. Let's see. Ooh, what? There we go. The sources is up very interesting. I do wonder where it will all go. That is a good question. I do feel like it is going in the right direction. I think there will be some concessions that are made to make it a more entertaining game, right? Which I think is fine. I know some people are not going to be happy about that, but I think it is worth it to have a game that is more fun to play. I think the big question is really just how long it's going to take to get everything working the way that we would like it to be, right? That's going to be a slow process. I think even at the most optimistic, it's still going to be a few years before the game is like ready, quote unquote. But I don't know. I think like with many early access titles, your tolerance for that will vary, your mileage will vary. And if nothing else, it's very pretty to look at. Just check in and see what the screenshots and the videos are looking like. Okay, who do we want to hang out with tonight? Oh, let me shut down the VOD. Everyone say bye-bye to YouTube. Complete Elite and No Man's Sky until then. Exactly. Honestly, there's a good set of space games available. You know, there's Elite, there's X4, there's No Man's Sky. So